3, 2. Oh.
What? Why are you counting down? I already counted down. Stealing my countdown. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Roll For It. We're playing our Mass Effect MERCS campaign, and this is the finale, the last episode that we have. So, things are gonna get dicey. Anyway, so we have announcements, then we'll go through our shilling on our recap. Announcements, Ascension GM notes, coming soon. VTM, Sons of the Shadows final character sheets are now out. New guest cast starting on Sunday. And we also have a new show next week, which is, let me just pull this up here. Strange But True, a weekly newspaper publishing true accounts of the bizarre and the weird and the frankly unbelievable, which will be a Call of Cthulhu campaign GM'd by London. So that'll be starting next week, next Saturday, and look out for that. Right, that I believe is all of our announcements. It is. So, shilling. You can support us over at patreon.com/roll for it. Tiers, subscriber thingies, rewards, all kinds of jazz where you can support us and be able to pay our amazing cast, do amazing shows, and be kind of like ethical people and all that jazz. And also you get stuff like you get to be in our Discord, and you get after shows and MP3s and legend games where, remember, the cast GMs once a month, people for the right tier and stuff. There's character sheets, which I'm sure this slot's character sheets will end up. There'll also be NPC stats and stuff for like Mass Effect enemies, etc. and all that kind of jazz. There's also twitch.tv/roll for it. You can subscribe. There's VODs that go up there before YouTube because YouTube takes processing time, and also Discord access. There's youtube.com/roll for it, where you can be a like YouTube member, Discord access, some emotes, and of course tips and bits, which go down there and land on the logo, and you can try and see how big a pile you can get before they all fall off, like one of those little machines where you put money in and then see how much falls over the edge. The answer is very little. And also you can tell people the show, spread the word, tell a friend. I mean, don't tell them that this show is now live because it might be a bit late, but you could tell them about the VODs on the YouTube channel. Just saying. Or you could tell them to thank EA a lot for allowing us to use the very kind of iconic music for Mass Effect. And I use that word deliberately. It is iconic, like Uncharted Worlds. Such a good track. It's burned into my memory. So thank you very much to them for allowing us to do that, because that's what I always wanted. I was like, look, I want to get a really cool crew together, and I want the Mass Effect music. So thank you again to them for that. Right. And obviously, thank you very much to the cool crew for getting together, I guess. You know, them too. I guess they were 50% of it. So thank you very much, everyone. You've been an amazing crew, and I apologize for murdering you all today, but, you know. So, that all said and done, what is the recap? Who would like to do the recap for us this week? I think we've gone through everyone, so.
We could each take a line, or like a section.
Okay.
Let's do it
I don't know.
all. Everybody says one word.
Oh gosh.
Word of the time stuff? Yeah.
Phantoms. Okay.
Last Phantoms. All right.
Okay, we're gonna workshop this. Folks, and we're gonna get back to you. But yeah, so yeah, we essentially found ourselves in the base where we had managed to clear out some rather powerful enemies. We had one of them trapped within a biotic sphere that Poe had generated. And this was, refresh me, which of the names was this?
Minos.
Minos, the Phantom Nightmare, who was probably our most formidable foe. We discussed various ways of possibly eliminating them, including like making like a little Green Lantern style tube out of the sphere and just dropping grenades in. We realized that wouldn't really work within the rules as written. So we tried to basically blow them up. They sadly made their roll, and we had to do things the old-fashioned way. I don't think they took any damage from the grenades, but we laid into them, and I think it was Poe managed to finally take them down with a big biotic attack. Diba Gek managed to retrieve their armor, which I believe had some tasty little mods and bits and whatnot. And we encountered the Geth that had been held captive. Perhaps foolishly, we decided that, well, we've got these Geth might be infected with some sort of virus, but we've got to try to help them. So we loaded them all onto the ship. At which point, there was a communications array began beeping, and I'll turn it over to Deepa Gek, because Gek was the first one to reach the communications panel.
Oh yeah, in the base. Well, there was this somebody was calling, and I was really curious about who it was, and so I clicked the button, and I realized it was the enemy, and I wanted to pretend like I was their side, and that we defeated ourselves. They didn't buy it, and so they started to blow up the base.
Yeah, a good quote from Poe around that time was, "Gek, no!" Didn't actually prove very useful. Yeah, so we managed to get out of there. Who wants to take over from here?
I'll jump in. We found a bunch of Geth in a room as well, and we brought them aboard our ship because Leslie could fix them. But as it turns out, while Gek and I were trying to heal, and Aelin and Poe were discussing future plans, the Geth decided to attack us, and a Geth ship also approached and started attacking the Megara, and there was a battle that ensued aboard the Megara. We prevailed, but our ship and some of us were in bad shape after the fact, and that is kind of where we ended. Survived, but a little bit beaten and battered.
Okay. Mainly thanks to some excellent rolls by Poe himself.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Also, I still think we should have tried to make that Phantom Nightmare into a pet, like a hamster. Build some walls around him, get him a little wheel and a watering bottle. That'd have been fun.
Mm-hmm. And yes, we were separated. I think Gek and Poe were in the sick bay, and Aelin and Leslie were up in the cockpit, and yeah, so it was pretty hairy for a while there. It was
and Gek took a lot of emotional damage before the Geth attacked, with the conversation with Leslie being like, "Hey, please don't die," and then the disappointed dad speech from Poe. So
Oh, and of course there was the betrayal of Leslie by the cute Geth hopper.
Yeah. We had to throw the merch away. Like, it was a whole thing.
That's right. We had to get rid of
it. Was put into the incinerator.
Yeah, Poe was putting the shirts into the incinerator. It was the last scene we had, I think. So, with that, I believe your plans were to go to the nearby system of Leth, which has the gas giant Hecate, where apparently the main Cerberus research base in this area is. You got the coordinates from your little stint in the mine planet on Persephone. Your ship has been just patched up a little bit since your last fight with the Geth. And you're kind of at the edge of the Acheron system at this point. Now, what would you like to do? Feel free if you want to have roleplay scenes, or if you want to just do some meta talk about tactics or anything. However you want to do this, go ahead. Take it away. This is your show.
The merchandise has been destroyed. Now, we must plan our next move.
Well, I would appreciate it if we could bolster our armor, Leslie, with your workbench and highly capable hands.
I think that would be a good plan. If you all give me what you need, I will get that installed immediately. Why? Okay, I feel like we know more about what happens to the Geth if this virus gets them now.
Yes.
Okay. I'd rather not deal with the Geth, but I can take them down pretty easily, so that's at least a point in our favor.
I do not know if we need worry about the Geth. Our allies have been destroyed and compromised. We are on our own now. We must strive to bring an end to Cerberus's plans.
I'll walk around and grab any mods that people want installed or things they want added, and quickly go to the workbench and install said things to make sure we are prepared for whatever comes next.
You go and do all the machine shopping that you need to get done. Absolutely fine, no problems. There is probably one awkward moment where you have to size up Gek and adjust the nightmare armor to fit Gek. You're like, nightmare armor, Gek. Mixed feelings. Very mixed feelings.
But I probably get the perfect fit.
You
So-
got the size of him the moment you met.
Okay. So then I get everybody's special things installed. So that means that I get a plus to my AC now, which I'm excited about. But there's nothing else that anybody picked up that needs special installation or anything.
Poe also wanted to get some of the ceramic weave installed in his armor for an AC bonus.
Okay. So I would take Poe's armor. While I'm installing my ceramic weave, I will install his or theirs. And then Aelin, what did you want added?
I just need my I want to break my Omni tool and put this mod in it.
Did you have
The
any
primal
mods
test.
from your old armor you want to transfer over to the Colossus armor?
I don't think I had any. So
And Gek, what did you need? Anything in addition to the nightmare armor?
The unmute button needs to be transferred over. He left it on the old armor.
Oh, wow. You hear me?
Yes.
We heard that bit. We heard that. You
Good,
came
good.
through loud and clear with that. Wah,
I'm
wah.
glad that wow.
That's what
came
Drell
up.
normally sound like. That's Drell language without the universal translator installed.
Yeah, I don't think, other than resizing, I don't think there's anything for Gek.
Okay.
Okay.
I believe I've
Except for
gotten
maybe
everything.
the high gravity mod just in case.
Okay.
But
I think I've gotten everything installed that we scavenged from the Phantom fight.
It'll probably take you like a day solid work to do all of that, but that's no worry whatsoever. In fact, the journey between systems would be a day anyway.
it's another day now. Sorry.
So
I think Poe will definitely want to send a communication back home, check on Rin and whatnot. And knowing the kind of opposition that they've faced before, it's he sort of couches his message. So yes, if this was the last message sent, at least it will be heartwarming somewhat.
Hey, Lassie.
Yeah?
Is there any way to remove this Cerberus logo from this stuff?
Oh, yeah. Hold on 1 second.
Do I have like some sort of high powered heat tool or something that I can use to like
probably in
erase?
the workbench, totally.
Okay.
Here, I got
either,
this.
It's either that or making my chest armor look like it so I can be like disguised undercover. But I probably don't. I don't like having this on here.
I think it'd be better if we could, like, remove it so that you don't have to have it on there all the time.
Yeah.
Can I do that where I can remove it to make it something that if he wanted to use it as a disguise, he could?
Not if you remove it. To have it come back on and be removed would be like an add-on. You could potentially make such an add-on. It would take Omni Gel and time. But if you wanted to make something like that, you could.
Okay, I will remove the logo from Gek's armor, and then I will try to make. I'm going to use one of my Omni Gels to try to make a logo that, if he wanted to like somehow blend in, I don't think that would be a bad thing to have.
Okay. Make me a. This is Tinkerer's tools, probably, right? Or engineering. Sorry.
Okay.
Engineering. Yeah.
All right. 19.
Yeah. You can make a one-use logo from the Omnigel. Effectively, like you program the nanobots in the Omnigel that when you apply them to surface, they will change the color, make the logo, and they'll last for an hour before they come off. And you can also tell them to just fade, and they'll fade instantly. They'll last for an hour, and they'll look like, basically like Cerberus color and logo over the top of the armor.
Can I make it for all, like one for all of us?
Sure.
I'm not sure if a Volus wearing a Cerberus logo will fool them.
Yeah.
I was just thinking that, if they have Quarians working, maybe it wouldn't be such a stretch.
It would also depend on the armor you're wearing.
Yes, and do they have Quarians or Quarian singular?
Oh, I guess that's true. I don't know, I just thought maybe this would be an extra tool in our toolkit in case we needed it.
Yes, sir. In my case, I think it unlikely they have any Volus in their employ. But the thought is a good one, Lessie.
Oh, okay. I can just take it anyway, just in case.
Leslie, just don't use all your Omni gel, okay?
I know, I'm just trying to set us up for the best success here. I'm worried about what comes now. It seems like no matter what, we just come into a harder fight each time.
Make no mistake, the opposition will be fierce.
I'll make sure to not use all my Omni gel, though. I don't want to need it with my suit. I know.
Please. Speaking of the opposition, Leslie, did we manage to get any information on this base while we were there? Like at the base we're coming to?
We downloaded all that information. I probably would have taken time to scan through it. Is there anything in there that I can share or send?
Do you want to extend the amount of time till you get there? Because you've obviously had to develop the thing for Gek and do all the workbench stuff. If you want to spend like another day or half day to get there.
I'm not sure that it will matter. They are
They
aware.
coming.
We've lost the element of surprise in any case.
But maybe if I take a little time to look through the blueprints, if there is blueprints, or get an idea of the number of people there, it might help us come up with a plan.
Oh yes, that's what I'm saying. We can afford to take some more time because we're not trying to catch them by surprise. They know we are inbound.
Okay.
So I will take time to pour over everything.
Electronics or investigation, and if anyone wants to help you, if they have proficiency.
I can proficiency in electronics.
I have proficiency in investigation.
I technically have proficiency in both, and both are a +8, and I have a guaranteed 18.
Gek can do it.
Okay. Well, I'll sit down with Gek and pour over the information. You said electronics with advantage?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
27, thanks to Gek. Okay, so, let's see. First of all, what you knew before is you knew the coordinates, which is that it is a very slow orbit around the equator. Very low down, below the normal layers in the gas giant where it'd be hard to detect it by any means. You probably have to get within a few kilometers to actually even pick it up on your sensors. However, there's additional info that you didn't see at the time that I'm very glad you asked about. So, it does list that they have defenses. Notably, it lists that they had a frigate. They don't anymore. You blew that up in the last 4-shot we did. It also lists some defenses in the system. And this is while you're en route to the system, so you're probably only a few hours before you get there. You've deliberately slowed down so you can take more time. There's a stealthed minefield around the jump point from Ashron into Leth. All of which will converge on any ship and then can, explode and use a pumped X-ray laser to attack the ship, which would bypass shields. Just for information. Gek then finds the next two bits, one of which is that any ship that actually managed to make it through the Kuiper Belt and then in system, they can launch long-range missiles from the gas giant, which involves, funnily enough, letting them float upwards on a Mass Effect field until they're in orbit, and then using them on a long trajectory out towards you. And then they also have a load of small drones just in orbits around the actual facility itself with short-range mass accelerator cannons. They will be able to fire on ships both coming into the area and out, but they won't be able to shoot at ships that get close enough to the station without risk of hitting the station itself.
Would I think that a smaller ship could possibly slip by better?
Yes. Other than... I mean, for the missiles themselves, you definitely think that a good vehicle handling check could possibly avoid them. The missiles are definitely meant to take out bigger ships. They're very long burn missiles that would go out to meet you as you're coming in system. The ones at the jump point and the ones in the gas giant themselves, much more just point and shoot. But a smaller ship would be able to be close enough to the station that taking a shot at your ship would risk hitting the station. So you could potentially get close enough, almost if you wanted, to dock, and they wouldn't be able to take a shot without hitting the station. A bigger ship, they could probably keep shooting you.
So we need to get there and then charge into the station. I like this.
Well, I was gonna say that I think the Kodiak shuttle might be a little bit more useful in this particular situation, in the sense of being able to avoid and skirt past the missiles and things like that.
The Kodiak shuttle would also be harder to see in the gas giant because it being smaller, you probably need to be within a few hundred meters to pick it up on sensors.
Is there any way we can make the Kodiak even more difficult to hit?
I know good flying helps with that. I can see if I can scrounge around to see if there's any stealth technology that I can help with.
Maybe Emily.
Yes.
Emily, hello.
I'm right here. I live on the same ship as you. It's not exactly far away. You don't even need to call. You have a voice comm.
Emily, we have a technical issue, a theoretical problem that might have practical applications.
Other than your ship being full of holes that I just fixed.
Yes.
I basically show her all the defenses that we'd be facing.
Is there a way to make the Kodiak less obvious to their sensors?
Probably. If you'd spent some time in, like, a shipyard or dock or something, it would be difficult. I mean, it's possible if you had more time. How long have I got?
How long would you need?
At least a week?
That may be too much, I fear.
Right.
What could happen in a week?
Also, they think we're coming right now, so if we take a little bit more time, maybe we will catch them off guard because they'll settle into a sense of security.
I highly doubt that.
Or they?
I think that too long will give them too much time to prepare.
Yes, and we do not know the full extent of their plan. A week might give them time to engage in all sorts of nefarious activity.
I just worry that if we don't make it even to the base because of getting shot out of space, I guess I'm just viewing it that we can't help if we don't even get there.
Well, I imagine if we're able to get in, there's possibly a way we could shut down the defense systems so that, the bigger ship could arrive.
Do you suggest that we send a very small strike force then? Not all of us take the shuttle into the...
I was thinking all of us go in the shuttle, but then maybe
I volunteered to stay behind on the big ship with lots of armor.
Yes, I think
that you don't know how to
best.
use. Yeah.
Oh, we do have the computer system that can drive.
Yeah, the computer system could drive. It's fine. I could just put it into an orbit away from all the guns, below the cloud layer, so no one knows it's there, and then wait, and then come get you when 5 hours.
Or we send the shuttle as a decoy with nobody on it, and then we take the Megara in.
Well, generally you want a decoy to be very obvious. The little shuttle is not obvious. It's inconspicuous.
They would still see it though. It's harder to hit, but it would show up, I think.
If they got within a few hundred meters of it, like, it's very difficult to see in the deep, like, confines of the gas giant.
I still think the best bet is to use the shuttle.
Yes, I'm inclined to agree. I'm not sure what benefit there is to bringing in the Megara afterwards. If we have got to the point where we have shut down their defenses, the Megara's not going to be much help. We'll probably already have defeated them by that point.
I was going to say, if anything, the Megara is the distraction. I know you really care about the ship, Aelin, but...
Aelin is just like stewing.
That is much to ask of Aelin Gek.
But we'd get the money and we'd get a new ship. A better one that's not as holy.
I'm not sure if we're being paid enough to buy a new ship the size of the Megara. We're not. We're really not.
Well, we
Maybe.
just take the funds from that Cerberus has.
Will we just take their wallets? We just loot the bodies and hope we have enough spare change to buy another Megara.
They have enough for this giant base, right?
Does not necessarily mean they have liquid assets.
Is there somewhere we could put the Megara that's out of range, but basically they would know where it was? Like, assuming they're doing scans and assuming they're kind of watching out for us, if we had the Megara.
As I understand it, we'd have to go through the jump point to get to them.
I mean, in theory, you can come into a system from anywhere. It's just you normally take the straightest point, which means that going in from one system to the other is predictable.
Perhaps we should be unpredictable.
Yeah, let's do the thing. That.
I can try to get into their systems.
Let's wait and see what they have. They managed to infect the Geth. We don't know what's going on with the Quarian.
They also infected your Omni tool from that one particular dude, and now we're going against a much bigger and more versatile base.
Yes, though I sense the virus they used against the Geth was Geth-specific. Or at least that was my understanding. Perhaps I am mistaken.
I think that's true, right? Like that's...
That seems
Okay.
to be the case. You haven't taken time to look at the Geth themselves, but it seems to be the case.
Okay.
I just worry we're going in and not.
The shuttle too. It was originally Cerberus. Maybe it has some sort of code to get back in and access.
Yes, but they're surely aware that this shuttle was destroyed.
Or stolen.
right.
Or taken down, yes.
Not
Not necessarily, but there's a good chance.
I
That's
would
question.
be honest to you. They might not know it wasn't destroyed. And if it was destroyed, they may not have locked it out yet. There's a chance.
Yes. Another thought strikes me. We have Geth that were not completely destroyed still in the holding cells or in the shuttle bay. Might it be possible to turn this
Where's the
virus... No, to turn the virus against them? It was using their technology that they managed to take over the Geth. Is there some way... Again, it is not my field, but Leslie, do you think that's theoretically possible, that we could use the Geth that we have to somehow corrupt their sensors?
I'll look into it.
I would immediately start going to a body of one of them and...
I will tell you now that trying to look at the virus and then decompile it to figure out like how it works and what it did is gonna be more than the couple of hours until you get to the edge of the system. Do you want to like just drop out of your Mass Effect field and stay where you are, or do you want to just go around, or are you want to just go straight in without doing this. You can do it. It will just take time.
I want to approach the place outside of what would be the norm.
Okay.
Yes,
I
not
think
go-
I would rather get information.
Your
from their
drop
servers.
shuttle has advanced stealth systems, by the way. I just double checked it. It does.
All right, cool. Then yeah, we can keep the Megara out of this completely and use the shuttle. Leslie, I would rather you not tinker with the Geth. I'd rather try to find out what we can from their own servers. That way we know what we're looking for. I don't want you in greater danger.
Do you think they'd be less suspicious or more suspicious of the shuttle if it came through the normal means or if it came through different means?
If it was piloted by Cerberus, they would likely use the typical jump point, yes?
Well, let's go straight in, head on with the shuttle. I think that's the best plan.
I'm not sure if that's true. That was conjecture on my part.
You see Leslie start wringing her hands just nervously.
Yep. Aelin, let's take the ship. We're going straight in with the shuttle. Yep.
Let us, Gek, perhaps you recall impulsiveness is not always to our advantage.
This isn't an impulsive. This is a plan. I like this plan. I think we should do this plan.
Poe, make an insight check based on what you asked me earlier, and then based on this.
Okay. Insight, you say?
Yeah, this is like trying to gauge the enemy tactics. 29.
That-
Okay.
Ooh.
Decent.
If they are expecting you to arrive, which you seem to assume they are, if they notice something coming the jump point, a human will look at it. And if a human looks at a shuttle that's meant to be destroyed coming in through the jump point, they're going to be suspicious. Your shuttle, if it hasn't been locked out, will be able to just go past automated defensive. But if a human looks at it, they'll be like, this shuttle's meant to be destroyed. And then they'll automatically just be like, yeah, should we shoot it? Let's shoot it. If there is a chance, based on your plan, it might be able to bypass automated defenses before someone notices. But if someone notices it, they'll likely be like, oh, right, you captured that. And they'll shoot it.
They won't just go, it's an old code, sir, but it checks out.
Yeah, because they know that shuttle is on the frigate you attacked. And then it hasn't been heard of.
So yeah, Poe expresses this to the rest of the group, says that maybe that we should not use the jump point. Let's go in, basically around the side, essentially, and try to sneak our way in. The shuttle does have cloaking technology, you said.
Yep, and it's fast as well at speed 10 as opposed to your ship, which is still fast at speed 8.
Okay.
I be able to find a roster. I know I'd have to hack to see if the shuttle we have is listed as still an active shuttle.
You'd have to get on their system to check that.
Okay.
I still think that perhaps trying to use the Geth virus against them to reverse it somehow, to be able to, again, because it was sent by them, we might be able to get into their systems that way. I think that. How long do you think it would take?
You're talking about reverse engineering a virus to find its origin point and send it back to its origin point. It's not exactly.
I mean, it'll be hard, but
yeah,
I have faith in Leslie, and as we did say, time. We're not. We're pretty sure we lost the.
We could bring an infected Geth with us and just like plug it into their system.
I like that plan better.
Aelin's not good with tech.
I don't think that's how it works, unfortunately. I think there's a more nuanced approach to it.
You'd have
It's
at
not
least a
just
day
plug and
if you go
go.
around before you go into the system, depending on how far you want to go around. So if you did want to make a check every day, you could. That'd give you some more information based off of that.
Yes.
Emily, if
perhaps
you're
that-
staying on the Megara, you are learning how to use the saw blade before we go.
Who's learning how to use a saw blade?
I'm teaching Emily how to use the saw blade.
Oh.
Right. Okay. Oh, the giant, sword with a big cutty blade.
Mhm. You
Right.
said you want to stay away from guns. Here.
I'm gonna have a look at her strength.
It's two-handed.
I mean, we have the monomolecular blades from the one dudes.
That is true. You could give her assassin blades. She is better with them. She has a +2 dex.
Yeah, they're finesse. Yes.
Yeah.
That's probably the best.
As you're teaching her the saw blade,
She's having trouble lifting it.
Gek literally looks at Aelin and looks at him and looks at Emily and goes, Aelin, I thought, you know how I can't lift that? I think I'm stronger than Emily. I think the blades that they used would be better. This thing.
Oh, this is kind of like bar flare. You just flip it and catch it and flip it and catch it. This is okay. I mean, it's a bit more pointy.
As long as you're proficient in something.
It counts as a basic weapon. I'm totally proficient in this. It's a simple weapon. I get proficiency with simple weapons when they teach you engineering, apparently.
Can I spend some time looking at this Geth? And while they're discussing things, and I want to see if I can glean anything.
Make a hacking check.
Okay.
As you try and figure out what the virus has done.
26.
26. Okay. Again, this is a very complicated virus. This virus is the entire culmination of Project Underlord, which is what they've been doing in the sector. So in one day, you're only going to get the very minimum of the surface. But you get it. Not just because you also happen to recognize some of the programming techniques that you were taught as a Quarian, but because you kind of was thinking along the lines anyway. The virus is very specific. It targets Geth, targets the very set ways that their programs communicate between each other, which make them more intelligent, and it just cuts that off. So Geth don't have the ability to communicate between programs, which means their intelligence doesn't really go up. Geth kind of become more intelligent in large groups because they kind of share the processing along all of them. This completely prevents that. So they become like a clever beast. And then it also removes any sense of self completely. The Geth you killed died as soon as they were infected. This virus is very, very complicated and is able to take orders from a remote connection. But the Geth were very much dead when you killed them. They were just drones.
Cerberus is the worst.
Mm-hmm.
I would relay all of that, but I have a question. So does that mean that it only affects Geth technology?
It only affects Geth technology.
So I can't. It doesn't
removes
apply.
A sense of self and how they connect to each other. It wouldn't do anything to any other system. In fact, it probably wouldn't even run.
So yeah. So if I tried to say plug it in to the Megara, it wouldn't affect anything.
It's a bit like taking a Windows exe file from today and going to a punch card machine from 1970s and being like, how do I make this run? It's completely different.
Okay. So I would relay all of that.
It is somewhat comforting to know that we were merely putting the Geth to rest. Or
They're
erstwhile
already dead,
allies.
Poe.
Yes.
We have to kill them.
Cerberus, you mean, yes?
Yeah, we have to kill them.
Most assuredly. They will know the wrath of the biotic dad.
I'm worried we're going in a little too blind to the situation.
I fear so. But if stealth is successful, we may be able to get close enough to glean some more information.
This man who raised me is not a good person, and he will do anything to get what he wants, and that doesn't mean he spares life. It doesn't mean that he has any inkling of care for any being, as long as he gets what he wants.
I know it must be painful for you, Lessie, but any further information on this person would be helpful.
I can try to hack the system. I know you all don't want me to, but if I try to get in, I can get more information. I only have the information based on how I was sheltered from a lot of what they did, and I'm still piecing together things.
Yes. But we can do nothing from here. We will need to get closer to even attempt to get that information, yes?
Yes.
So stealth it is.
I do have an idea, and I know the Cerberus badges I made, but maybe a couple of us could pretend to be Cerberus, and you could be a prisoner.
That seems more likely than Cerberus employing a Volus, yes.
I just want to go in with as many options as possible because I have a feeling we could be taken by surprise ourselves.
Indeed.
Well, I mean, Aelin also is wearing Cerberus armor. I think that us two could pull it off, maybe.
They want me. Remember, the Phantoms were trying to take me.
Doesn't mean we have to use you as bait.
It might get us further in without worrying about being shot out of the sky or running into a mine.
I honestly think our approach with the stealth and the shuttle should work just fine.
Yes, I think in this case, stealth is more likely to succeed than subterfuge, because if you and I are posing as prisoners, he sort of leans into Leslie, just consider who is dressed as the Phantom Nightmare and who will have to do most of the talking.
Oh.
Do you see where I'm coming from? Do you see where I'm coming from?
What are you trying to say? What is this? Think I can't lie? I lie all the time. How do you think I pranked you, beach ball boy?
Yes, you lie, but not necessarily in a successful or convincing manner. Yes, you have other skills, Gek. You have many other skills.
Did pretend to die once, and I believed it.
It's
true.
me, Phantom Nightmare boy.
Okay, maybe we should try stealth. I think stealth might be the best way to do this. But that's an option. We have that as an option if we need to employ that.
That is going to be, let us call it the last ditch option.
I think plan C or plan D, plan E.
That is what I believe they call a Hail Mary.
Okay, that could be our Hail Mary.
Yes.
Did my 21 deception work despite my terrible roleplay?
There is only so much your role can save you from.
I hope y'all can forgive me. I'm just nervous. I didn't think that this day would ever come, and I am afraid of what's on the other side of it. But I will do anything to stop him. I don't want you all to be collateral in it.
Yeah. This is the first you talked specifically about this person.
Well, I know I've told you all a little bit about him. He's not a good person. He took me. I don't know if I was raised in a test tube or I was taken from my parents, but he raised me to kill and to be a weapon. Though I feel like he didn't do a very good job because all the papers told me I was a failure. I was a failure in that project, and I feel like sometimes that is proven to be true. He kept me away from people. He was so hell-bent on Geth and me figuring out how to kill Geth, and it seems like they've changed what they're doing to now just infecting them with the virus. But I was pretty much thrown away. After I couldn't do what he wanted.
In all honesty, I think it's good that he saw you as a failure, because his determinant of success is not right.
As I recall, Leslie, we caught you escaping while we were attacking the place you were held in. So I don't see that as being thrown away either. I see the failure word as someone who's very frustrated that they couldn't get what they wanted. That you were too good for them to be able to infect and mold.
They are right, Leslie. To be judged a failure by the standards of such a being is no shame.
All he does is leave a trail of destruction behind him. And I don't want him to hurt anyone anymore.
We want the same. You are not the only one with a personal stake in this.
Get kind of sulks a little bit and kind of wanders off.
I would notice him walking away.
Perhaps you should have a word. We were a bit blunt about his subterfuge skills.
Maybe he would do a good job being a phantom, you know?
I'll go after Gek while these two are talking.
You go after Gek as Gek crawls away on the ceiling.
He's actually walking on the ground.
Oh my god, something's really wrong.
He's depressed. He's really depressed.
Aylin's gonna kick him in the back of the chin.
So,
What's in your head?
Did you say shin? I thought you said
Chin.
she kicks him in the back of the chin. It's like, oh man.
back of the chin, back of the skull.
Your boot went so far up his ass, ended up in the back of his chin. Damn.
Gek will simply say this. I kind of leave a path of destruction.
When?
I am a trained assassin. My past is just a trail of bodies of destruction.
There's something very different about being tasked to and trained to go and eliminate problems versus creating problems for your own sake.
Well, I mean that town also got hurt because of me.
Because I yelled at them that I was going to kill them. Gek, that's not all on you. That is not on you. That's on Cerberus for playing their games with people's lives.
I just don't want to hurt Lessie. And
what will hurt her more? You walking away from her? You not trying to help? You dying? What will hurt her most? You think she's not going to feel guilty that you feel guilty right now? The two of you, I swear.
Well, I relate to what she went through. I was determined to be a success though, but
what is success? What is your success? Not someone else's, not what they trained you to do, not what they told you you had to do, not what they groomed you to do. What is your success? What are you fighting for? What are you striving for?
To be the best.
To be the best what?
At what I do.
Then do it. Doesn't matter what anyone else says. Do it.
But okay.
It sounds like you might care about a little bit more than being the best.
I don't know. I don't know.
Aylin's just going to stay silent while you making you think about things. So just
back at Lessie and Poe. Poe is just asking Lessie a few questions about the virus, just to clear a few things up.
So you were saying the Geth we encountered were already dead.
Yeah.
So there would have been no way to free them from the control of the virus.
Not from what I'm looking at. It seems as soon as they were infected, that is when they effectively died. And so I don't know if there's a way to make a vaccine, for lack of a better word, or something that could reverse it, but it seems very much like it stops their higher functioning. It turns them into a zombie army that will do whatever whoever's controlling it wants.
Technically, if you get rid of the signal, Poe is right, they'll just be bestial clever, and then they wouldn't be able to be controlled. They would still not be intelligent and have a personality, etc. anymore. They wouldn't have individuality, but they'd still be not controlled if you could isolate them.
But probably easily reestablish control over if
you'd have to continually block a signal or make sure they went somewhere where there was no signal.
Yeah. There's no way for lack of a better word, an antivirus to restore their higher functions.
No, that's one of the things that's the worst thing about this. Isn't a temporary, like, it's not temporarily, like, hibernating them and making them, like, hypnotized. No, they've all died when they were infected. They are effectively robot zombies. It's a good term because they have died and then been reanimated.
Most insidious.
If this got out, if they controlled all of the Geth this way, that would be catastrophic.
Indeed. All of Cerberus's plans are malevolent, but this more so than most.
They have no care about how this affects the Geth, or they're so misguided. Maybe we can just blow it all up?
That would be effective. If we can determine a way to do that, I think we should walk that path. In the meantime, are there any further preparations you would need to make before arrival?
I don't think so. I will try to get as much I'm going to try to set up a really good firewall. So if I need to hack, it will hopefully not show off where we are, or I'll make a mistake. I'm going to try to I'm going to try very hard to make sure that we go in with the best. I don't want to screw this up, Poe. This is everything I've been wanting to do.
You will not, Lessie. You are capable, and our cause is just. So, you think if you are constantly maintaining a firewall, that will prevent detection or hacking?
I believe so. I know in the past I've accidentally destroyed a few things by accident, or not, broadcast our signal, not realizing that we were open lines. I would really try to make sure that there was something in place to prevent any of that.
Yes, that is to be avoided. Can I assist in any way?
Can Poe and I set up a super efficient and effective firewall?
You could certainly make it tougher to hack the ship by constantly manning your station and taking the reinforced firewall action. Sure. In terms of what Poe can do, Poe could potentially, if you want to not be detected, probably look at the stellar cartography and find a entrance point to the system that is the least easy to scan. Something that's got like a dense amount of heavy metals, or like an eruption of solar winds along a certain trajectory or something.
Would this be what skill would I be using for this?
That one.
Okay, I've got science. I'm trained.
Okay.
And I also have luck, which is important.
And do you need me to roll anything?
Make me a electronics roll to just reinforce your system, and this will be like, if they do hack you, you'll have already taken this action. But this will require you to be at your system, like, pretty solidly.
Okay. 18.
Okay. Your system's reinforced. The first section, until you need sleep. And then we'll have a talk about that.
Okay.
Do you want that science roll now?
Yes, if you could, because this is your approach. Since you want to go around, you're going to try and find the best approach. 24. Yeah, that'll do. I'll give you two choices. You do find a vector which brings you in along the path of the solar flare, makes it hard to detect. There is an alternative option, which is you don't come in across the plane of the solar system. You come in from galactic north or south, completely at odds to how the planets normally rotate. The issue with that, though, is slowing down is a lot harder because you don't have a mass you're coming into to use your mass effect field to repulse against and then influence and all the other stuff that your mass effect field normally does. It would take some fancy flying and potentially a crash burn into the atmosphere of gas giant at very high speeds to friction slow yourself, which will need your fancy flying and potentially like someone working on the shield, but it would work.
Which of these two options do we think has a better chance of success? So obviously, the second one also requires a bunch of fancy flying.
Mm-hmm.
But is it more likely to succeed, or
the second one? You'd be coming in so fast. If they do launch missiles at you, if they do detect you, your chance of being hit would be they'd have disadvantage and all that kind of stuff. Like they would have a real tough time. So.
And the first option would get what advantages does that give us?
That would raise the DC for them to be able to scan you and detect you being there.
What
Which
happens
they already have
if
a
we fail
disadvantage
the
on that.
flying check?
Yeah. You'd effectively have cover because you're effectively using the solar flare as cover.
But what happens if we come in too fast and we fail the flight check? Do we go?
You
boom,
burn up
boom?
and die. Or alternatively, if you only fail it by a tiny bit, you pull out the descent and you end up spinning past incredibly high velocity and then having to try and come in again. They'd get a couple of free shots on you.
Yeah, option 2 would also make a high heat signature.
Yeah.
Only
option
when you
two-
hit in the atmosphere, and then
Option
only while you
two-
decelerate.
Option 2 seems to have a lot of pitfalls, and is
If I had better dice luck, I'd be like, yes, option 2. But I
Yeah.
don't trust my dice.
It would be a
I've
combination
also been
of
looking at how we're rolling right now, and I'm
Yeah.
like, we're due for bad.
I haven't
But
rolled, that's why.
If you want me to give you a breakdown of vaguely what it would be a science roll for someone to calculate like the vector to come in at for your deceleration burn. It would be a vehicle handling check, and depending on how the vehicle handling check goes, you might end up taking damage, which would hit the shield and the hull integrity, and then someone would be able to try and reinforce the shield. That's what it would be. If you wanted to, you could potentially, as you're decelerating, then drop the shuttle mid-deceleration. If you want to make a distraction, probably won't notice a shuttle being dropped as your ship goes in and does a deceleration burn.
No, not my ship. Sorry.
yeah, I'm thinking that like option 2 has way too many pitfalls and is too contingent on us acing dice rolls.
I mean, Poe does have luck, so...
That's true.
Elon does not.
Yeah.
Oh, has luck.
And I will give you a group inspiration dice because you did all the intro stuff as a group. So as a group, you have a d6 that someone can spend. Spend that money.
I think
The more
my
conventional
instinct
one will
would be
give you a
play-
+2 effectively to their sense rolls.
Yeah. My instinct would be play it a little safe and go with option 1, but I'm open to the group vote.
I'd rather not die trying to fly in really fast.
I say we
That'd
take
be
the
a-
safer of the two options.
Yeah. That'd be a
Elon
bad
just looks
way for-
resigned but nods.
Here's a question. Now, I can use luck to impose disadvantage on attack rolls against me. Could I use luck to impose disadvantage on their detection roll?
Don't they already have disadvantage for scanning
they-
because of the stealth?
Yeah, that's right. I can't go double disadvantage.
no, but you can use
Shit.
luck to make them re-roll a dice. So yeah, you can give them like a super disadvantage with luck. Because luck
Okay.
effectively allows you to tell them to re-roll a dice. So I would
Okay.
say yes.
All right, let's maybe try that.
Let's solar flare, boys.
Right
Okay.
before we try to go in, Aelin's going to want to try to grab Leslie for
Sure.
a quick solo.
I think this is, considering how the games work, this is the perfect moment for me to tell you, like, a pop-up comes into all your visors and says, this is the point of no return. If you embark on this quest, then make sure you've got no other quests that you want to complete, as any quest beyond this might be shut down after completion of the main campaign.
Can I save?
Go talk to
I'm
all
sorry,
your crew
this
members.
is a hardcore, like, iron mode, like, no save, permadeath.
Save
Oh,
points,
no.
Save points. Save. Like
Okay.
right before you go against the legendary Pokemon. Save!
So if you want to do or declare anything or make adjustments or change kit or something, now's your time. Bear in mind you all get full health, full HP, and full hit dice because you spent enough days that your hit dice will have gone back to full. So everything is back, topped up to full.
Can I declare that Gek trained and leveled up?
Gek could have trained. Probably doesn't level him up anymore. I don't think there's anyone here that can really test him to the level enough to really level up.
I
sadly.
could throw things at him.
Poe finishes the correspondence course he's taking at Adept School, so he goes up several levels. No, actually, before we get to the Aelin and Lessie scene, we just see a little cutscene of Poe in his quarters putting up, like, with magnets, like a little drawing that Rin did of him and her. So, yeah, he's already done his communication to his family and whatnot. So, yeah, he seems to be getting ready. He's doing a few mental exercises and whatnot.
Gek is on the ceiling drinking tea and writing in a notebook.
Okay, Gek. So before we have the really touching Lassie and Aelin scene, I imagine it's going to be, Gek, as you're writing on your notebook, there's a doot-doot at your door.
Who is it?
It's me, you big green lump.
Come in.
Just in case you die, I got you this. And she pulls out what has to be the largest cabbage you've ever seen. It's not quite like soccer ball size, it's almost like volleyball sized.
She blew up my cabbage, and I'm worried that Emily is trying to prank me now.
Let me find Emily as a character. Ah, she's open. One of these sheets is Emily's. Which one is it? Got too many. Yeah, you can see her Omni tool light still on, and it says detonate. Yes, no.
Can I detonate it while it's in her hands?
Make a electronics roll. Yeah, it explodes in confetti everywhere. There's glitter and confetti just explodes.
Party!
Of course. Shouldn't have tried. I hope you die on this suicide mission.
Wait, did someone say this is a suicide? Oh no. We should have mined more planets.
You need to probe things. Like, I was trying to get Leslie and Diva to probe things, but no, they were like, let's take it slow. Anyway, Aelin, Leslie.
Gek kind of chuckles and goes back to what he was doing, but
I'm sorry, I must just step away briefly. I will be right back.
I think Leslie would also try to talk to Gek before we depart as well.
The next scene after this. Aelin,
Okay.
Leslie?
Can we roll the initiative to see whether or not you are going to Gek before I go to you? Because if I see you going to Gek, I would let you go talk to Gek first. If that makes sense. I feel like that's
I
the
would
easiest
say,
way to
like,
know.
I feel like I would, if I saw you wanting to talk to me, I would talk to you before talking to Gek.
Okay. Leslie, do you, can I just borrow you for a moment?
Yeah, is everything okay?
Well, first of all, how are you feeling?
I'm not good at hiding it. I'm really nervous. I don't want anything to happen to you three. I feel like I should just be the one going in. I could just take them out.
No.
I know that's not, it's just,
Here,
I don't.
Leslie,
Yeah.
this line of work isn't something you really chose to do. It was kind of forced on you. You have to, it can be very hard when you get close to people on your ship, and it can be very hard to lose them. But you need to know it is not ever your fault. If someone dies out there, it is not going to be your fault. Even if you misfire, even if, just know that if anything happens to anyone, you have to understand it is not your fault. We all chose this. We are all here by choice. I need to know that you are not going to blame yourself if something were to happen.
I promise I won't. It's just as soon as I found out that the person we're going after is this man who did all this stuff to me, it's been hard for me to keep my brain clear. It's made me think about a lot of things that I had to deal with, and I missed out on so much. And being with all of you has allowed me to experience more of those things and be happy for once, even in what we do.
He will answer for what he's done and for what he's planning to do. You just need to make sure that if anything does go wrong, you are not a failure. You are not able to be a failure.
I would just hug Aelin.
I'm so grateful I know you. You helped save me. In more ways than you know.
You did that on your own, kid.
As much as you don't like to admit it, you've made a huge impact in my life.
If things go bad, let memories stay good. At some point, something will go wrong. Maybe not this mission, maybe the next, maybe not even in 5 years or 20. But at some point, something will go wrong. And that's okay. Try to remember the good when you can.
Thank you for being there for me and for telling me these things, because I've never been told that before. That there is good to remember, and that you should remember that. Someday, will you tell me about your journeys before you met me?
Someday.
I would like that.
I will see if I can remember the good to share with you.
And I will remember the good too.
Aelin's gonna book it before.
Okay. Also, I'm going to consider Gek having completed Emily's loyalty mission. So you may give her loyalty mission bonus. I will say she can have proficiency with a weapon or a system or a tool of your choice that makes sense for her. If you want it to be the vehicle handling so she can fly the ship, it can be.
I would prefer that personally, because Aelin would want to make sure she could handle it.
Makes
Everyone
sense.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She gets vehicle handling.
Can she be proficient in that weapon that she can't even lift?
It's not that heavy. It's a 2.
She's got 11 strength. Like, she is just above average strength. She could probably lift it, but how much damage does it do? It doesn't have actually a strength requirement, does it?
No, it doesn't.
What is? Oh, okay.
It's a 1d10. And then the 2d6 if it hits of a.
And it is
bleed.
finesse,
Stronger
right?
than Gek. Saw blade?
Saw blade. I don't think so.
I wouldn't
Doesn't
think it's finesse.
No, it doesn't have finesse.
Oh, well, if you want to give it to her, you can. She's a +0 to hit with it. She's a +3 to hit with it because of her proficiency in this.
I'll be leaving it at the helm, so like she'll have it if she wants it, but she can use the other ones.
Yeah, the Phantom Blade, she has a +5 to hit with because it's finesse.
Much better.
Yeah. Okay. Lessie, you go hunt down Deba. You find his room covered in glitter, like bits of confetti, and cabbage.
I imagine walking or knocking on the door, not really thinking any of it, because I think this kind of stuff happens so frequently that I would just be like, oh, it's just cabbage and confetti. It's a normal day.
Oh, hey, do you have a minute?
It's you. I thought it was going to be Emily again, trying to prank me. It was funny.
Is that what happened in here?
Yep. I detonated her trap.
Oh, so she didn't even get to prank you?
Nope. I pranked her by pranking her prank.
Well, as Quarian 420, I find it would probably be very hard to prank you.
I'm generally pretty aware. Yeah.
Yeah. So, how are you?
I'm okay. I'm ready. I'm ready.
That's good. I just had something I wanted to tell you, and considering I would regret not telling you, so I'm just gonna say it, and you don't have to say anything back, but I'm gonna say it. Gek, I love you. And again, you don't have to say anything. I just know that if we went in and I died or something else bad happened, I would not forgive myself for not saying anything. All right. Well, I'm gonna go make sure that firewall is up and running. So just be careful.
Wait.
Yeah.
And he's gonna come down off his ceiling, set his tea down, and just walk over and grab Leslie's hand. I'm scared of hurting you.
Heck, you can't hurt me.
The reason earlier I walked away is I leave a trail of destruction in my wake too.
I don't think it's the same. You're trying to make this universe a better place. In the process, this man was trying to take control of the universe. They're not the same. You are not the same.
Well, I just don't want to be another thing that you know in your past. I want to be your present and your future.
That's why you won't be a bad part of the past. You've been such a good part of the now for me. Being here and spending time with you has made me very happy. I hope you know that.
And I hope you know that I love you too.
I would immediately hug him. And I don't think I can kiss him because of my helmet. So
You would get herpes and die.
Please don't get sick right before this.
So I would hug him for as long as he would let me.
Wait, does this establish that Gek has herpes?
I mean, it's Gek, probably.
Okay.
I mean, the Drell do have a membrane, like toxic membrane.
That's right. Yes, there's that too.
Not a toxic personality, though.
No.
Okay. You got the romance achievement before going on the final mission. You did the loyalty missions. Are you ready to try and make it in system?
Okay.
as ready as I will ever be.
So I've already done my science roll. I got a 24 for plotting a course along the solar flare and whatnot. So whatever bonuses that gives us.
So you get a +2 effectively to your detection AC. They're going to try and roll to spot you in stealth. They will have disadvantage because of the stealth system on the shuttle. If you take the shuttle only, I assume you're not taking the shuttle only until some stage later. You're coming in with the full ship. Or are you going to?
We take the shuttle only, but
I think the shuttle only. Yeah, bringing the Megara in kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it? So we've got Emily on the Megara. Maybe we should figure out our rendezvous protocol, assuming we survive this.
Gex starts screaming through the comms link.
So, just to let you know, from the edge of the system to a body in the system takes roughly a day of travel. You would have to fly out probably to meet her. She wouldn't be able to come in and get you if you do your mission. And then you're like, right, come get us. And be like, okay, I'll be there in roughly 24 hours. So just so you know, she won't be able to rendezvous with you unless you A, just wait, or B, you fly out. How
long do you think that we'll need in the shuttle to travel to the base?
About 24 hours.
Okay.
The Mass Effect rule system just says to get from any one system to an adjacent system is 1 day. To get from the edge of a system to anywhere in a system takes a day.
So we could just put say in 6 hours follow us, essentially.
Yes. So
that we know she's 6 hours behind us, or however many hours, or whatever good time that we think.
Yeah, and then if she still stays a little bit away, maybe even half an hour out.
Oh, that does mean if she gets detected, she'll be the one dodging missiles. Just bear that in mind.
I was gonna say, I would say wait a day.
Full day? 12 hours?
12
Split
hours?
This?
Yeah.
12 hours should do. I mean, it still won't be any kind of speedy pickup or rescue if we need to get out of there. But if we can't deal with it in 12 hours, we've probably already been killed anyway.
The only difference to that is if you did do the dive in for the deceleration burn in the atmosphere, that would be, because you're coming in from a different angle, that would be literally the case of a couple of hours. But you don't want to do that. So if you do come in this way, bear in mind it is basically a day's travel. So would you like her to come in 12 hours behind you then?
6 hours? Is that too little? Again,
my thought is this: we either successfully take over the system and be able to disable weapons before she comes in at 12 hours, or we're dead.
Yeah, we probably are.
So at 6 hours, I feel like there might be an ability for us to get locked out and stuff like that. So I think having her wait longer is not a bad thing.
8 hours?
8.
Also, the closer you get, the DC goes down every time they roll for the sensors, FYI. So you could, in theory, bring Megara in and then drop out with the shuttle closer and let her wait closer in, if you wanted.
That's what I would probably want to do. That's what Ava would want to do.
Yeah.
It being a gas giant, it has plenty of moons. If you can get close enough to hide it on the dark side of a moon somewhere, she'd be able to answer you in 30 minutes or something.
Very important question in chat. Is there a bathroom in the shuttle?
Yes.
Okay. And also in our suits probably just recycle.
Your suits would recycle probably for a day's worth, maybe less than that, because you don't have the environmental mod on your suits. The shuttle, from what I remember of the Kodiak, is a pilot bit, one big room. So there's probably a shuttle toilet in the one big room, but everyone has to turn away or something.
And weapons, that we have the weapons.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I have a question. We're in the Kuiper Belt, right?
You would be dropping out in the Kuiper Belt, yes.
Aren't there a bunch of asteroids there? Can the ship hide behind an asteroid? Or in the dark side of an asteroid?
Sure, if you wanted to stay there.
It's just an option.
I mean, we
was
were
just
talking about the moons and stuff, too.
Oh, yeah, but that would be the edge of the system. It would still take it a day to come in. The Kuiper Belt's really far
I just wasn't...
out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, let's roll the dice, as they say.
Okay.
Oh, we don't wipe. In the future, it's all bidets.
Use a Mass Effect field to capture.
Mass Effect field, yeah.
Only the best toilets. So, Right, you're bringing the Megara in with you, you're piloting the Megara, and then you're going to drop out at some future time. Okay.
Yep.
So you're coming in really far away. It's going to be a hard DC to see you, plus the fact that you've got effectively a +2 because of your trajectory plotted by Poe. The initial one would normally be a 20 to see you at the edge of the system, so it's going to be a 22. They have disadvantage. So 24. Oh, they don't have disadvantage because you're not in the shuttle, you're in the Megara.
Unless Poe could inflict.
Luck, please.
Luck. They
All
do not
right.
see you. You're incredibly lucky that as you kind of detect an energy wall coming past, of like obviously they're giving off like a burst of like photons or something or whatever. I don't know what they're using. Just kind of like looking for ships. An asteroid just happens to float in front of you and it acts as cover as they're scanning past your region of space. You are now in the system, and it is evident that they are passively scanning the entire area and actively scanning it while looking for someone.
Okay, well, stash that Megara behind a moon.
If you want to hear, this is going to be the very edge of the system, and it will take a day to be responding.
I think the Megara is just like way too susceptible to detection. We just saw it happen.
I agree. I think we shuttle from here.
Okay.
I'm fine with it being a day away.
There's effectively 2 more zones. There is the into the sphere influence of Hecate, which is like the response time will be an hour, and then there's into the gas giant itself. So, since you want to push your luck, if you want to just leave it here, you can.
What's your call, Aylin?
They have to roll a 15 or higher to detect.
You said they'd have to roll 15 or higher to
The
detect
DC
us?
goes down as you get closer.
Yeah.
And they've got a +7 on the die, it looks like.
I don't see the reason as to why they bring the Megara in closer right now. I don't see it.
So, you're going to leave Emily with the Megara, and you're going to get in the shuttle.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
Easy for Gek to make room. He'll just be on the ceiling.
Aelin picks up the Warhammer that's by the helm for the first time and brings it onto the shuttle.
It's unlikely that they'll detect you, and it's unlikely they'll be able to hit you, but if they do, an anti-ship missile will probably just wipe out your shuttle. It's very unlikely, but just so you know.
Can I assist in any way?
Not at this point, but
Okay.
just so you know, you're gonna go get in the shuttle. This is not me saying don't, I'm just saying it's going for the safe option, but there is a small chance of complete failure.
I mean, should I try to do some fancy flying while we're also stealth and stuff to increase our DC?
Fancy flying will come in if they spot you, don't worry.
Okay.
Okay. Anything Poe can do to...
You've already got
Increase
your
the-
+2 going on as you're kind of flying in on that trajectory.
Okay.
I can't put
and
my barrier around the ship, right?
You can
I
fling
gotta-
yourself out at the missiles if you and just hope the missile hits you. Yeah.
What about my trophy system? Can I just be on the outside of the ship?
that is a system, and it's a Guardian defense system, and it's worth 3.5 million. So if you do this mission, you'll be able to afford like a third of one.
Okay, I've got a couple of uses of luck left, so let's do it.
DC goes down to a 17 as you get up to the place. That includes your +2 bonus. There is disadvantage. I mean, it's disadvantage. I'll see if they crit fail. They crit fail.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
That means we can just go.
It would give them disadvantage on the next one as well, which you already have disadvantage. So they're going to you notice that their scanners stop scanning for a moment as they pay more attention to something over the far side. An errant comet coming in and breaking up seems to take their bulk of their sensor activity as
Go
you bring
faster.
the shuttle in. It's a very long, intense shuttle ride. It's submarine warfare, but in space, as you all are in a very depowered shuttle coasting in on minimum power as you fly forwards with sensors at very minimum. So if they did attack you, you'd only really notice in the last kind of like half hour. And as you get closer, you get to the edge of Hecate. Now you can see out the window this huge blue ball now encompassing all of the windows as you look out. Small specks occasionally pass by it, the many, many moons. And the rolling storms that fill across the equator are larger than any planet you've ever been on.
Gek is sitting there contemplating the feeling of blue balls.
Okay.
You said it was a giant blue ball.
Yeah, I did. Okay. You're too close for them to use a missile system now, so this is the last moment before you dive into the gas giant itself. Are you planning to dive in right on top of the facility, or are you planning to like come in from like the side and go around or something?
I mean, based on the layout, what was the...
Yeah, what was optimal? I mean, coming
It sounded
out...
like going in quickly.
Going in straight on top of them, if they notice you, they'll have pretty good shots, but only one round of it before you'll be right on top of the base. If you go in a long way around, if they notice you, they still won't know exactly where you are, so they'll be kind of like waiting for you to approach, but not sure where.
Sounds like option 2.
Yeah, we've been stealthing thus far. Let's not blow it at the end.
Caitlin's getting impatient, so she'll go with whatever people say, but she's definitely doing the like.
Are we close enough that I could attempt to hack if I wanted to?
What would you want to do?
Get into their defenses and shut them down?
You are close enough that they are sending out signals to all the defensive systems in the system. So, yeah, technically you could. It is likely to be a very well-defended system, but you totally could try that, yeah.
I would just ask everybody.
I could try to hack something if we want to try to take out their defenses, or if you have a better idea.
Perhaps save that until we trip an alarm.
Yeah, if we are detected, then immediately try to shut down their defenses, but don't tip our hand quite yet.
Okay, I'll be at the ready for it. But they might spot us as soon as we drop out.
We're going in the long way around, so hopefully it will remain undetected.
I guess
Leslie prepares an action to hack their weapon systems.
I guess there is a third option, which is if you went in the long way round, you can in theory go in really deep and then come out underneath. You'd go into like the deep part of the gas giant where the pressure's going to be really, really high. That would be kind of a bit of an engine check to make sure you could keep the drive going without falling into the gravity well. But it would mean they're basically never going to cover you. So option 2?
I still like option 2.
Okay.
I like option 2.
Yeah.
At this point,
Everyone
you're right
else?
in close to sensors. So the DC is going to be 12 with your +2 already. But they have disadvantage. 26. 22. Do you want to
Luck.
Okay.
Luck, please.
13.
My God.
I will say, because they did crit fail last time, and it would have given them disadvantage, but they already had disadvantage, I'll say Poe, because you're the one giving disadvantage. Roll a d4, and that'll increase the DC by the d4. If you roll a 1, they meet the DC. But if you roll anything else, they meet the DC.
Oh,
I'm using my last use of luck.
You can only luck the skill check. You can't luck the d4, sorry.
Damn.
A good try. As you bring yourself around, try and come in from another angle, you do get picked up by the sensors at the very last moment. However, you're too close to them to use the missiles, and you're not in the gas giant for them to be able to direct any of their grid onto you yet. But they are aware you're in system, and you're close.
They know we're here.
And with that, you plunge in. A little blip in the cloud layer that is insignificant in the scheme of the gas giant. You find yourselves not being able to really see past... I guess it's still a few thousand kilometers, but it is just a blue haze with wisps of grey as you go deeper and deeper into the layer of the gas giant. From here, your plan is to approach the facility and hopefully not give yourself too much of a chance to be shot, right?
Yes. Is Leslie able to hack their defenses at this point? They know we're here, so she wouldn't be tipping our hand.
I can do that.
You could try.
I rolled sleight of hand to put a piece of paper in Leslie's pocket.
I'm not sure we have paper, but you can put like a data slate in the pocket.
Yeah, sure. Data stick.
A leaf of cabbage with something written on
At
it.
least the cabbage.
There you go.
Okay.
I would look at the message. I mean,
you don't notice it. The sleight of
you
hand
don't
is better than your
notice it.
oh, sleight of
perception.
hand. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, can Gek help me though with this?
It's a hacking roll. Actually, it would be electronics because you're using the actual action from the ship. Yep.
So yes.
I'd be like, Gek, come help me with this. I think if I had your hand in this, it would help.
And I'm gonna try to hack the defenses with Gek.
Okay.
I'm nervous.
A 20.
What were you trying to do? You're trying to shut down their weapons.
I would be trying to shut down their weapons.
Okay.
And their scanning stuff.
You could choose one of them.
Weapons.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I assume
Weapons would
you
be better.
choose one weapon system. I assume you choose the MAD grid, which is the mass accelerated drone grid that they have in the gas giant. That'd be the one that could shoot you.
Whatever one could easily take us out is the one that's gonna be shut down.
In return, because they now know where you are and they also know you're hacking them, they're gonna hack you. Let me just check something.
But we have that super badass firewall.
Well, you stopped reinforcing your system so that you could attack them. Okay. That's good enough.
Can I counter it at all?
No, you're busy attacking them. So the vehicle combat rules are now in effect for that, which is that you took your turn to attack them, they took their turn to attack you. But, okay.
Do I notice?
Yes. Sure, why not?
I would tell everybody.
Okay, they got access to us now, but we shut
Yeah,
down
they
one
have
of
your
their
flight
guns.
plan.
They know where we're going. So maybe we need to mix some things up, or can we go dark for a bit? I don't know if we can go dark for a bit.
Aylin's kind of fancy flying straight
Okay.
ahead very fast.
Okay, so you're effectively going to increase your AC by half your speed for this. With the fancy flying. Sure.
I have an idea. If you all get close to me, I can set up a biotic bubble around all of us. We could literally crash the ship into the side of the base. Nothing can get through this biotic wall. Quickly, all of you!
You might get sucked out into the gas giant by the pressure different. No, you wouldn't. It's high pressure on the outside. You'd get pushed in. I will say it's possible.
Okay, so everybody just gather around Poe quickly.
I still feel like we should fly the ship. Yeah.
Well, let's
maybe
get
we should go
closer.
to Aylin.
Okay, yeah, so basically Poe and everyone
to
else,
me.
only Aylin has to be where she is. So if she's piloting, we can all be around it, and Poe is basically holding a casting of biotic wall. So the moment that, like, there's missiles or anything heading towards us, we got it.
I mean, if you hold a spell and don't use it, bear in mind, it will still use the power slot. So if you're going to commit to this, it's probably better if you want to do the thing or not.
To actually
you
cast
would
it?
otherwise lose the power slot, yeah.
Well,
just to let you
basically,
know.
Poe just says, Aylin, give me the word. I will cast when you are ready.
I'm busy flying us straight in.
Okay.
Well-
If you want to go straight in, no subtlety, you can get there in this vehicle turn before they get their guns back. They will know where you land. They'll know your exact trajectory, but your trajectory is not exactly subtle. They're probably
Yeah.
going to know that anyway.
They already know where we're going. Aylin's just
Okay.
charging in.
But
I
we
like
could try
charging, it's
hacking.
okay.
I know, we could try hacking after, and I can try to give them a fake flight plan.
Sure, you can totally do that. Aylin's just go.
Get in close.
Gek is like sitting on the floor next to Aylin now, like meditating.
So, okay. working out how this would work, the bubble will protect you against any pressure craziness or any explosions. It will not protect you against deceleration because you will hit the barrier. But if Aelin reverses at the right moment, you might be okay. It depends how fast you want to come in here. How fast do you want to come in terms of you choose the DC, and there is a chance, depending on how high the DC is, that they might be able to get a shot at you, but also you might crash the ship, depending on how high you choose the DC is. This is how much Aelin is willing to push this to the metal.
Give me the ranges. So,
effectively...
a DC of 18, what would that do?
Well, okay, so the DC is going to be the same for your vehicle handling check as it will be to try and get their systems back online to get a shot at you. The faster you come in, the less time they'll have to get the system back online. But if you fail the vehicle handling check, there will be crash damage.
I would say DC 15. That would be my thing.
Yeah, but I could use our inspiration if everyone was cool with it.
Yeah, feel free.
I still think DC 15.
I've got a +6.
That's why I think DC 15 is a 9. Makes it, just barely.
And we might need to use the inspiration anyway.
Yeah.
Katie, what do you look like you have thoughts.
Leslie is just,
We could try hacking and doing some other things before we decide to just ram ourselves
You could choose
into
not
the
to ram.
building.
You could keep that as a backup plan. You don't have to get locked into it. But this is like me saying, like, if you do want to do the ramming plan, the bubble will not protect you against velocity, so you'd have to slow down. If you choose to slow down, it depends how fast you want to slow down. And that's entirely within your hands.
I also don't think losing the shuttle is a good idea, but that's just me.
Give me one chance to give him a fake flight plan or something, and then if that doesn't work, then we can just...
Their weapons will come back online next vehicle turn.
Okay,
No,
so
how-
when Leslie
no
says that,
disadvantage.
we'll go with the 15 then. When Leslie says that, I'm going hopefully decent clip, but not as fast as I want to.
But it's really what you all think too. I'm just saying,
Leslie's thinking about how squishy she is, and I don't want to get really hurt before we get into the facility. And then
Currently, their weapons will be at disadvantage to shoot you. If you pull this off, we'll see if they get their weapons back online enough to be able to target you properly.
Okay, so vehicle handling.
Weapons
Vehicle
again.
handling, DC 15. It's mass accelerator cannons. They do 1d4 radiant damage.
17.
And they're going to try and get the system back online. 28. Easily back on time, within time. They're going to shoot as you come in hot, which negates the disadvantage on the attack roll, so they are going to have a normal shot against you.
Do we get any of the bonus or no? We wouldn't matter anyway. We'd only have a 21.
Yeah.
Aren't they gonna hit their own station with this one?
No, this is you coming in.
Oh.
They do 200 damage to your shuttle, which strips
so
the
it
shield.
hits my shields. Yeah.
If they'd rolled a 4, that would have destroyed you utterly. I was a little bit afraid. But as you manage to come in, Aelin, you are booking it right on, and as you begin to flip around, you notice all the little drones begin to get close enough that they start shooting. The shields pop, but as they do so, you manage to get just close enough they all stop shooting. As you decelerate really hard into the side of the station, at a high enough clip that it buckles and bends, the bubble goes up, you all are thrown to the side, not hard enough to really take a lot of damage, but all make me con saves to see if you take just a little bit of jostling around.
I don't take any damage.
I will even say because you crit and because of your romance with Lessie,
I was gonna
you
say,
can negate
yeah.
Lessie's failure. You catch Lessie and kind of take the impact for her and roll with it.
oh, that is so sweet.
I just picture
And
Gavin
Aelin and
realizing what's gonna happen and just like jumps off the side of the bubble as Leslie's coming the other way, catches her, and then cushions
okay,
like, body between the impact.
yeah, and Poe and Aelin both with 20s as well, which is great. So what happens is, we see the shuttle flip over, go full burn as it slows down, the Mass Effect field straining to take the actual acceleration, and The camera's like this camera mounted like where you would normally put a wing mirror, but on a shuttle, and it just sees you go through the outer skin of the actual space station itself. Bang, 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 bang. You all are thrown through the side of the shuttle as the shuttle begins to fall apart around you. The door gets ripped off, and the bubble, almost like a marble, going down a corridor, bouncing off the walls until it comes to a halt. Poe, make me a con save just to maintain concentration on the spell. You won't take any damage, but this will just determine whether you have the spell up when you land.
I made that. Oh, this is separate from the.
This is separate from this one. That one was damaged. Okay. This one's just going to be if you have the bubble still up.
Let's see here. Come on, Poe. Sorry, it's thinking about it. It's thinking about showing me my character sheet. Here we go.
19. And as the marble of blue energy comes to stop, we find Aelin bracing herself, Poe in the center, hands splayed, thinking incredibly hard, the bubble holding true, and Lessie wrapped in Diva's arms in the bottom of the bubble. A little bit dizzy, Lessie, but other than that, you are all fine. Now you are now in the middle somewhere. You're not exactly sure where, as this is a somewhat crash landing of the Cerberus station, completely having avoided any of the actual strong points.
Poe sits there and goes,
well, you know what they say about good landings.
And he will reshape the bubble to allow the others to get out if they want. Or he asks, does anyone want to get out? Or shall we all hamster wheel together?
Lessie.
Aylin's crouched.
Okay.
I'll let you out if you would like. Yeah.
I'm okay. Thank you, Gek.
Okay. He would help Lessie up.
I'd take his hand and stand up and probably touch my helmet a little bit like, oh, that was...
Okay.
Can we stay in the hamster wheel for a while?
You are most welcome.
Okay.
Gek, Aelin, do you either of you want out?
Yes, let me out, please.
So the bubble just sort of like flattens out and opens on one end to let them out.
As soon as that happens and you can momentarily like have contact with the outside world, there is a sudden pop of air as the air of the gas giant rushes in. You are kind of buffeted by a thick force, as this is quite a high pressure environment, as it's quite deep in the gas giant. And this is not really gonna be a normal perception roll. Perception constitution rolls. Just roll me constitution if you are proficient in it. Add your proficiency bonus and tell me. This is a weird roll, but it's a weird situation.
I would have expertise too. So
you would have expertise. Yep. Just let me the number once you roll Constitution.
It would be double my proficiency bonus.
It'd also be a minimum 10 because of your.
Yeah.
So sorry, roll Perception, but use your Constitution bonus instead of Wisdom.
So just roll Constitution. If you are proficient, just add your proficiency number to whatever you tell me afterwards.
So 14 plus 2 would 16.
16. Okay.
I somehow crit
Nice. I got a 16 as well.
23.
Holy crap.
Nice.
Okay. Lessie, you hear this very, very clearly. The banging, the sound of the air rushing past you, it's really hard to make out what's going on as you're just trying to keep your head and your legs about you, as for the momentary gap in which Poe reshapes the bubble, you're exposed to the gas giant. But there are speakers nearby that are being completely drowned out. How that kind of background, subtle programming that you were taught, the training, the sort of cognitive techniques to be able to filter out the distractions around you kicks in times of trouble, and you focus in on it when I'm thinking about it, and you can hear the wailing of a siren, but distorted incredibly. And it's Mass Effect field failure. Crush depth succeeded.
There's an alarm going off the Mass Effect field. It's we have to be careful. There's this. We did some damage here.
Yes, of course.
So Gek and Aelin, do you want out of this bubble, or might it be better to be inside?
The bubble's technically not proof against gas, I believe. Gas 12s for it normally, actually. So it wouldn't be proof against gas, but you would be fine within your suits for a short period of time. But it would still be advisable to leave this area, probably.
I think we gotta move. We gotta move quick.
Gex on the way. I imagine this is like for this room or this location in this base, right? It's not the whole base.
I would normally tell you more, but you came in rather suddenly.
Leslie, you want to still be in the bubble?
No, we just gotta move. We just gotta get out of here. So if we get rid of the bubble and then we can all move faster, let's do that.
Well, I can move.
see a door
I can
with
move
a
at my
20.
speed in the bubble, so.
Okay, let's keep the bubble then.
Bloop. Okay, Leslie and Poe are in the bubble as it reshapes around them.
Okay.
And you'll have to keep pace with me, or your side of the bubble will go faster.
Okay, I will.
Okay. Are you trying to move speedily then through the section? Okay. As you're going through the section, you start seeing walls around you beginning to distort. Sections crumpling. Make me athletics checks to try and keep a good clip here.
$19.
Only an 8 for Poe, I'm
Mine's
afraid.
a 16 because of good old reliable talent.
Everyone except for Poe passes. As everyone kind of keeps to the front, you notice that... Are you all staying in the bubble, or are you going to keep ahead however fast you can go?
Well,
Gak is outside of the bubble.
Leslie and I are currently in the bubble, so I think basically Leslie is providing all the force, all the driving force for it, and Poe kind of fell behind her and is just sort of like skeek on,
He's just boop,
on the inside of the bubble right now.
Okay. So, Gek, Aelin, as you're kind of sprinting ahead, Leslie, you notice that Poe is starting to slow down. Oh, you
Stubby
can
leg,
see
sorry.
behind you as you're kind of going round and round and round in the inside of your bubble. Behind you, the corridor is getting crushed down. Almost like someone's just distorting it, like a small child is just playing with a piece of paper and is crumpling it.
I'm sorry,
Uh-oh.
Paul. We just gotta move.
Oh, sure, yeah, you take over.
Unfortunately, you're gonna be slowing down. I'm just letting you know. As you keep going.
You know what? Poe is going to drop the bubble and just say, "Grab on! Grab onto me!" And he flies as a bonus action with the speed of 30.
Okay. With a speed of 30, and it's not even taxing you with your athletics at all, you start flying after the others. That will pass the check. There's no even need for you to check. Alien and Gek, make an athletics check for me. The DC is going to be reduced again because you passed it by a good amount last time. So
That
you
means I
notice...
guaranteed a success because it's a 16 no matter what I roll.
Okay, yep. And Aelin massively passed. You all sprint, the Poe ball flying over with Leslie in tow. You get to the end of this corridor and you see ahead of you a doorway narrowly closing. Aelin, you'll be able to get to it in time. Everyone else, you're gonna be a little bit tight here. It will be
Are you sure? I have raw.
Can I?
Diva
I
gets
was like,
through
can I
it as
charge
well.
and be in the doorway?
If you want to try and hold the doorway,
Yeah.
sure. Okay, Gek, you put on a burst of speed and you sprint in, sliding through underneath Aelin's legs. Aelin, you charge in, bam, put your hands in the doorway, feet in the corners. Make me a athletics check. 22. It begins to... And you hold it just long enough that Poe and Leslie fly into you, pushing you through as the door... And as you find yourself in the middle of the Cerberus base, emergency lighting in the section on, we're going to go to a break, and we'll be back in 8 minutes. As you find yourself,
Alive.
Yeah.
further in than you really should have been at this stage, and alive, which is also where you shouldn't have been at this stage. So, we'll be back after a short break. Enjoy some, bio break. Go find wherever the toilet is in the Kodiak. Get some food and drink, cabbage if you got it, and we'll be back shortly.
Did the toilet of the Kodiak make it through the door too?
Yeah, no, the toilet's gone, I'm afraid. You're gonna have to find a new place. You don't know where the toilet is here. You've got like maybe 2 minutes.
R.I.P. Sergeant Crapper. R.I.P.
Hey, so we're back live. That was a perfectly normal break that we had. It wasn't at all weird. Thanks, Tyler.
That's what I do.
Anyway, you now find yourselves somewhere. You're not even vaguely sure where, because you're not sure where you stopped and where you were going. Inside a Cerberus base in the middle of a gas giant that may have structural integrity issues right now, which seems very safe, having also destroyed your own shuttle. But with that, you managed to get yourself past what appears to be like a structural like airlock door of some kind, meant for this sort of circumstance. And in a section of hallways. That's literally all the context I can give you.
Guys, does anyone know where we are?
Inside the base.
Was I able to access
Yeah,
blueprints?
face bombs.
I don't think you took that as one of your actions. I think you were looking for weapons defenses, but you never looked for
Yeah, you're
actual
right.
layouts. Sorry.
Maybe they have a map on a wall or something.
And I look around to see if they've got a map on the wall that says like "You are here."
Funnily enough, military installations don't tend to also tell you where you currently are. There are some terminals.
I'm gonna try to access a terminal.
Okay. Give me an electronics roll.
That will give away our position, but I think
Okay,
judging,
The ship
they'll
did that.
they'll know. Yeah, they'll know where the ship landed. They'll know we're somewhere near there, but they might think
the
we
ship
died.
landed?
Well, landed.
The ship entered.
Yeah, they might think we died in the crash, though.
I
True.
doubt they'll think that. Have you
They
met
probably
us?
Do they have cameras everywhere?
There'll be some
They're
sort of
gonna
internal
have to say
sensors and
that.
stuff.
Yeah.
Might as well.
Let's find out where we are and then move.
Well, maybe we can shut down their defenses from here so that we can get our ship here. Since, well, the shuttle's kind of in pieces, you know.
Go help Leslie. Figure out where we are, please.
first thing we should do is shut down the defenses and then find out where we are.
So should I just roll with advantage? Electronics?
What are you trying to do first?
I'd say finding out where we are is priority, because I doubt we can shut down the defenses just from some hallway terminal.
Okay, all right, and
I'll try to pull up a map. A visitor
Okay.
map.
Okay.
Apparently we're at Disneyland.
Electronics roll, advantage of Gex helping.
Okay. 23.
23. Yeah. You went somewhere in the middle, so you've landed pretty much near one of the main access shafts, and also near where a lot of the dormitories and stuff are for housing. There's operations above, and below there's several facilities mostly to do with like cargo offloading, etc. Flip that, sorry. Technically up is the cargo, and below is the operations.
Okay. I would relay all of that.
Time to crack some skulls. Starts opening doors.
Below, then, is where we wish to go, I think.
it seems like down is the closer to the belly of the beast.
Okay.
Before we go further, it has been a great honor serving with all of you.
Let's go slay this beast. We'll talk about that after.
Hey, beach ball, don't go popping on me.
Indeed, like Hercules of legend, who we are named after.
Oh, is that what it's? Oh,
Yes, yes.
I thought it was just the acronym for.
Oh, it is we worked really hard to come up with an acronym that spelled Hercules. But in any case,
Yeah, okay.
So, what's our closest route down?
Probably. If you can get Leslie to do it, and Diva, There is a lift shaft down the center, which is effectively for like routing cargo from one end to the other, and it doesn't use a lift car, it just uses a Mass Effect field. So in theory, you could just drop down there and use the Mass Effect field to slow yourself. That's the quickest way down.
We can use what they use for cargo transport. Try to hack that.
I could probably just climb down it too, but that'd be difficult for probably you guys.
I can fly.
So I can win. Sorry.
I could
Let's-
try to climb, but I don't know that that would be a great skill for me to try.
Leslie, I can support you in flight.
Okay.
I think we should try and take the elevator first. I think Leslie's right. I think we should try that.
Yes.
Lift Aylin's hammer.
I would ask for Gek to help me and try to gain control of that elevator shaft.
You can do that when you get to it. You'll need the terminal connected to it.
Oh, okay. I thought it was going to be more difficult than that.
I guess we just...
Surprisingly simple for that cargo shaft.
Can I do a perception check for security systems and things?
Sure, if you want to do like a electronics roll or something. Or hacking if you want to really know what's hidden and stuff, I guess.
It would be good to know if they have eyes on us.
I would do the hacking because I need to know about the secrets.
Okay. It'll take a little more time. 20.
20.
Yeah, they have internal sensors. You're also aware that this station is held up deep inside the gas giant in a pretty high pressure area of the gas giant where it's thick enough that scans will be difficult to detect it, to the point where obviously you had to know exactly where it was from the coordinates to be able to find it. That randomly scanning would probably take months, if not longer, to actually find the station. Because of that, it is effectively a large sphere with kind of a truncated bit at the top where ships can come in and land, and at the bottom a spire that goes downwards into the gas giant itself. And around it are 3 large Mass Effect field generators that keep it aloft. You now see on this 3D model that you pull up from the terminal, your exact point of entry was right next to one of those Mass Effect field generators, and through all of it. Yeah, so it's now slowly falling into the gas giant. Some of the areas are collapsed and being crushed under pressure or have been vented. And you're also aware that they probably know where you are and there's an alarm blaring throughout most of the station. However, you have also bypassed a lot of the security, including people who are at the docks right now and being rerouted.
Okay, I would relay all of that to them.
I mean, do we really need to get information here? Maybe we go and destroy the other Mass Effect field generator and get off this place.
How about we go to the control room and take care of the people so that way we don't get sucked into the planet?
Well, we're kind of already being sucked into the planet.
So you want to make it happen faster?
I mean, it'd be one way to get rid of them really quickly. It's just a matter of getting off here.
Yes, getting off here, I think, is not going to be so easy. I think Aylin is right. We must deal with them directly.
Well, we're already sinking. I got you know.
How are we getting off this place? Like, I mean, now that our shuttle's destroyed.
If we go destroy them, we can take their stuff.
Okay, so let's go to the control center.
Okay.
Aylin's gonna try to send a message off to Emily, but I'm assuming he wouldn't be able to make it. Of like you can start coming in now, please.
Your comms and stuff won't. Normally they would route through the shuttle, and even then the shuttle might have a hard time through the gas giant. You don't have a shuttle right now, so it will just say lost connection.
At any point in time, have I felt that data pad from Gek?
Uh-oh.
Even... Okay.
Make a con save for the data pad. Just roll me a d20.
Okay.
Am I rolling that, or is Leslie rolling
Leslie, it's now Leslie's data pad. It's in her inventory.
A 4.
Yeah, you can feel something sharp poking you.
I would grab that because I'm afraid my suit's gonna get a tear in it. So I'm gonna grab whatever I feel is sharp on me.
You pull out a little pop-up data pad that's kind of broken in pieces, and static. You can kind of make out a few words. Gek, give me like a vague idea what it says. Maybe skip every 4 words out of this. Every 4 out of 5 words.
Hi, Lessie. It's like at the top. Here is accounts and story, life, future. Helpful.
Do I know it's from Gek, or am I not sure? I feel like this
who
is
else
important.
in the team would say hi, Lessie, as the beginning of what appears to be quite a formal document?
I would recognize that this was important. Can I repair this?
Sure, with time. Maybe not right now.
Yeah, I know. No, I don't mean right now. Like, I make a note, like, I can repair this, and
Sure,
I would tuck it somewhere
you could probably
safe
take the
under
actual
my arm.
storage out and put it in like a different data pad. Probably, yeah.
Okay, then I'm gonna try to make sure I put this under some armor or something, because I know we're in a hairy situation at the
It's
moment.
a lot longer for me to try and pick out words, so I just picked like words that kind of hint at what it might be.
Yeah, that's kind of like the gist, yeah. Okay, you like kind of carefully bundle the pieces up and put them in a pocket in your arm the way you think it's not going to puncture anything. You take some maybe the sharper shards and you like just drop them.
Okay. On the map, do we know where the control panel is?
For the lift.
No, just for like the facility. Is there like a control room?
Yeah, there's a central control room. It's down in like the spire. It's the deepest part of the facility itself.
Okay.
Are we ready to head down?
Indeed.
Yep.
Aylin's already heading that way.
Okay.
Like,
As you head towards the lift shaft, you have to go through like a series of doors. Now, evidently, they are locked. I know that's not going to mean much when you have Diva Gek with you, but they are locked, and it will take an electronics roll, and I believe not going to cause a problem for you two.
Go ahead, Lessie. I'm right here.
At this point, I just assume that Gek and I are constantly like hacking things together.
Yeah. Like you're finishing each other's code and like, yeah, I got you.
Okay. 22.
Each door in sequence opens. And then as the last one opens, you see a whole bunch of troopers in the region of like several dozen, putting on like armor, getting weapons out, checking them, and they all as unison look in your direction. Look at each other, look in your direction. It's them! Quickly!
EE, I have that Mark IV grenade I'm going to throw at them.
You may do that on your initiative. If everyone could roll me initiative.
But of course.
What? I didn't mean to click that. My mouse got stuck and I couldn't move.
You definitely see them.
All right, good. I'm glad I can see them.
I hope you get to go first because I'm totally charging in. That's gonna be so fun.
I got a 14.
I got a 7.
I got a rock.
Okay. Lessie and Deba are leading because they're the ones next to the door. So they're gonna make their attacks against. Let's roll a dice and then make it a D3. Lessie was leading, but Gek was assisting. So 1 to 2 is Lessie, 3 is Gek.
And not Aylin, who's probably standing in the doorway.
You couldn't stand in the doorway until they opened the door, sadly. You know what? As one, they'll look at each other and go, "Oh crap. Grenades? Grenades. Grenades!" And they all... I need everyone to make me a dexterity saving throw.
I get advantage because I can see it.
It's not going to be a problem for me.
Okay.
It will be for me.
Leslie fails. Poe succeeds. Deba succeeds. Aelin succeeds. Okay.
And also, this is important.
You take 0 damage as Deba just shoots upwards, leaving Leslie there looking at all these grenades flying through the doorway. 32 points of piercing damage, Leslie. Deba, you take none. Poe and Aelin, you take 16.
Okay,
My shield takes that.
Okay.
nanite cloud. I forgot to write down if it I think piercing is included in that.
I don't think it is. I think Nanite
Is it
Cloud is like element stuff, like acid, etc. I'll have a quick check, because I actually have the thing up. Nanite Cloud. Next time you hit with a melee attack or something. Until the end of your next turn, you gain resistance on the triggering damage type, including against the triggering attack, whenever you take acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder. So, no.
Okay, I'm writing them down now.
Okay.
Do I have to take shield damage, or can I just take it from my health?
You have to take shield damage. Shield always takes
Okay.
first, unless it bypasses.
Okay, so I have shield damage, and then the rest is obviously normal damage, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Gek. You're up.
Oh,
Ooh, sorry, that I was trying to look at something. That didn't actually get cast.
no, you're good. Oh, you like grenades? And he's going to throw his grenade.
Crap! Incoming! Okay, they have to make a dex saving throw. Is this a Mark IV?
It's a Mark IV, yeah.
Okay. Do you have the stats on the Mark IV?
I have it right here.
Okay. DC 15 save, 23 piercing. Nope, they fail the save. And they take 23 piercing. The blast on that is large enough that I will say it's 4-meter radius. It's not
Target
huge.
an area with 10 meters. Each creature within 4 meters of the target must make a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, so it's a 4-meter radius. I'll say let's increase the damage by 50% because it's against a horde. So that is plus 11, so 34 points of damage. You notice several of the troopers closest to it are just gibleted as it goes off in a tight space in this corridor. Many of them are just stumbling over, pushed back by the force of the blast. Others are like forced down by the bits of comrades exploded over them. 2 in the center just cease to be.
My movement is going to be moving to stand between Leslie and them.
Okay. That'll give Leslie cover. Aelin.
So they're within 20 meters, yeah?
Yep.
Cool. Bonus action to put up my barrier,
Okay.
and then I'm going to charge.
Okay.
So it's a dex save of 18.
No. That
Cool,
was a
they're
4.
prone. They would be prone and
They're immune to prone because they are a swarm of
flying
troops.
men. So yeah, 23 force damage.
Is that a single target force damage or is it everyone adjacent? It's a single target, right?
It says location. Creature, yeah, creature or object.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so you smash forwards and several of them get bowled over by the force. A few of them definitely don't get back up. Plus 3. 50. They're already
Glad I
pretty
went
hurt.
before. Yeah, I'm glad I went before Aelin so I could throw that grenade.
I mean, you could have thrown it Aelin anyway. Leslie, you're up.
All right, how many are left?
A
A lot.
very hurt swarm of troops. Several, but not a lot anymore.
All right. And how far away are they from me?
Probably within 6 meters, the leading edge.
Okay. I would like to use my electric slash on them,
Okay.
but I know it's a cone.
Yes, and Aiden
Right?
is inside them.
It's fine, just hit him.
No, I can't do that. I know what happened to Gek the last time I did this. Okay. I can't use my flamethrower either. I'm just gonna try to pick them off. Yeah, with my M4, and I can do 2 attacks because at 6th level you can attack twice instead of once whenever you take an attack action on your turn.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm gonna shoot off M4 at one of them. And then another time.
That's a hit. That's also a hit.
Okay. So 6 piercing and 7 piercing.
It doesn't look like quite as effective as you think, because like as you're trying to pick off single targets, they just keep coming and filling back in. But you do probably take down one, and a couple of others are injured.
Okay. All right, I mean, I think because of what I got, that's all I can really do this turn. And I'm going to yell at Aelin.
If you give him if you just come back, I could do some things. Aelin, please be careful.
If we survive this, we're gonna have a serious talk about you. Just try to hit me. Just try.
Okay, I might try it next time.
Today we learned that Aelin's a masochist. Okay, Poe, you're up.
All right. Now, how many of them are left currently?
Many, but not lots.
And they're considered a swarm, so me attacking something where I can split my attack doesn't really get me anything, does it?
No, but I would potentially be like, sure, why not attack them twice? Because technically they are many targets as one. I'll be generous.
So do you reckon in this situation a lance or a shockwave would be better? Shockwave is a 10-meter long
Shockwave would also hit Aelin.
Oh, then lance it is, and we'll split it up so that it's actually 2 lances.
Aelin's a tank.
Fine.
Just use shockwave.
Unfortunately, that misses.
All right, second attack.
First one goes wide and hits part of the wall, which distorts.
Hold on here. Boom. Come on, you.
Wow. And then the second attack.
It's just thinking. Here we go. Gotta get off of here. And hopefully, did that go
what
through?
level are you casting this at?
This is first level.
Okay. That is a hit with a 23.
Okay. So that is 25 force and 6 lightning to the swarm.
Okay, yeah. With 31 damage, you just shoot a lance and it goes bam, 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 bam through several in front of you. You see them kind of pop one after the other as you knock several over behind them as well. The force still not spent. That brings us back to the top of the round. And they are going to...
Oh, and sorry, bonus action, my barrier goes up.
Okay.
More grenades, quickly!
And they're going to throw more grenades. This time they can't hit Aelin because Aelin is in amongst them. So Leslie, Deba, and Edgar Poe, please all make me dexterity saving throws. Pass. Pass and fail. So again, Gek takes 0 damage. Leslie takes half, and Poe takes the full 36 points of piercing damage.
Okay, shields go down. I'm going to use a barrier tick to reduce that. That's a D8.
D8 for you, yep.
By 2.
Oh,
so that's
actually, the
16.
damage is lower than that. The damage is because there's less grenades.
Oh, right.
It's only 13. Wow. Okay.
And I
Oh,
take
okay.
half.
You take half. So you
Right?
take
Then,
6. Yep.
Okay.
I did not have to use a barrier tick then. My shields are still barely up.
Okay. My bad. They're below half health, so they throw less grenades at you. That brings us to Gek, who, again, managed to dodge all the way from every single grenade. Oh no!
Wait, it's him! Quick!
Several of them, like, step back from you. A little bit afraid.
Gek kind of smiles, draws both of his whips, and charges at them
Okay.
for melee attacks. No need for a tactical cloak. I don't think it's necessary right now.
That's a hit. Okay.
I also get sneak because they're engaged with Aelin. Aelin's within range. That's another threat that's next to them.
Sure, I'll let you Batman like a horde of people.
This is just going to be sneak. I'm just rolling sneak. So 13 lightning is the normal, and then
22 sneak.
I rolled 13 anyway. 22 sneak. Oh wait, actually I rolled the wrong sneak. Try that again. I rolled the d6s instead of the d8s.
Oh, okay. Okay. So as
32.
they start backing away from Gek just advances on them. You see one or two of them fall over, draws both whips. How do you just run through the few who remain and murder everyone?
He just runs through the first one, whips through the second, runs through, whips one, pulls it towards him, kicks that one forward into the next one, toppling him over, steps on him as he jumps up and whips through the next few as he's running down towards the ground.
With that sort of classic, like, comic book camera that could never be done in real life, the camera dives under the first person as you run up them. The second one, the whip goes through and they explode in, like, giblets of blood. You then charge through and take one after the other, until you kind of release your breath, and in one breath, they have all gone behind you. You look over behind you, and Aylin's there, her barrier still kind of up, her shield flickering and recharging. Lessie behind that, kind of recovering from the blast effect, and Poe pulling back for another lance. They're all dead.
Nice.
Good job, Gek.
Lessie, you okay?
Yeah, I took a couple hits.
I want to. Can I use a hit die?
With a short rest or with a power?
I know I don't have the power. I mean, can I use a?
Metagel, here.
Metagel?
Take a Metagel.
Yeah, that's what I meant. Metagel.
Leslie's like, oh no, I'm hurt, and everyone just hands Metagel right at her.
Oh, did we restock our Metagel? Because I didn't put that back up.
I don't know if you had spare Metagel. Had you bought any more? I don't think you had a chance to because you're in space.
Yeah.
No.
I know, you all keep yours. I'll use one of mine.
And
Right.
I'll use one of my last 2 Metagels.
Before you use your Metagel, Gek is going to cast First Aid on you. What the hell was that roll? Oh, sneak roll. God damn.
Yeah, as you heal her, you also like flick your Omni Whip around her neck and pull.
Poe is going to regenerate his shields.
Yep, your shields will all regenerate in this moment. Leslie, you do heal the
22
9.
health.
Oh, 22.
22.
Oh, right,
Higher
yeah, it's
cast
the
level.
Wait.
13 and the 9, right, 22.
Oh, 22 health?
Yep.
Wow.
Poe and Aelin, as your shields recharge, your barrel would
Okay.
also drop.
That would get me back to full health.
Thank you.
So I don't actually need to use my Medigel.
So we were on our way when we encountered this gaggle of Cerberus dudes. We were on our way to the elevator. Yes.
Yep.
Is it in this room, or do we have to keep going?
Yeah,
further?
it's just at the end of the corridor here.
Okay.
Maybe see if they have any more grenades on them that weren't used.
Unfortunately, they used all their grenades. They have 2 per day, and they used all of them.
So Poe is still flying at this point because he hasn't cast a.
Make me 2 con
concentration
saves
spell.
for the grenades.
Oh, he didn't take any damage. It all.
It will hit shields. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's still not taking a scratch. So.
Okay. You get to the lift shaft.
Can I search the bodies for any grenades they still had?
After Aelin did literally the same, you also go to the bodies and discover they also have no grenades.
Oh, okay. I didn't. Sorry. Was focusing on my sheet.
They'll respawn in a second if we just hang out here for a
They
bit.
respawn every day, apparently.
Okay, so I guess it's over to Leslie to try to hack this elevator.
All right. I guess let's just keep going.
And
Sure, you're all right. Are your shields back up?
you said all our shields are back, right?
Yeah, I'm feeling better, and thank you for helping. I feel a lot better, actually.
And I would just instinctively grab Gek's hand to help me work on the panel.
Okay. Oh, and Aelin awkwardly sit there as you flirt code. And
I'm going to turn my back to them so that way they can flirt.
Yeah, Poe looks busy.
okay.
So we can expect to be ambushed when we get down there. Poe, would you be able to make that biotic wall for when the doors open?
Yes, I can. What would be
us get out of-
best?
What would be best, to set up a biotic wall over the door, or would we want us all in a bubble?
Oh, the bubble has worked so far. That's true.
Very well.
Get us out at least, and then we can
Also-
assess.
Aelin, you keep saying that I can throw hits while you're amongst enemies. Well, I don't want to hurt you.
You won't.
How?
She'll just soak it up. I
That's
mean,
what biotics are for.
you'll hurt her, but she won't be hurt if you take my
Not
meaning.
necessarily.
Okay,
It's more important to take down these people than it is whether or not I take a couple hits.
I've almost died a couple times, so I
guess I see things differently. I'm sorry if I accidentally hit you with one of my things.
I know you will never hit me on purpose, but keep in mind you may have to someday. It's more important to finish the job and to stop these people than it is whether or not I live. You have to remember that.
I go silent and turn back to the panel.
Okay.
Aelin
Give
was
me
smart to
a electronics roll.
Okay.
21. Okay. With that, I'm pretty sure that with it, just a little bit of alterations here, a little bit of alterations there, the Mass Effect field will easily just carry you down pretty fast. In fact, with a 21, you'll drop fast and then it will catch you and slow you down nicely.
Poe is still flying, just in case.
Okay.
All right, we can open the door whenever everyone's ready.
Indeed. If anything goes wrong, Leslie, grab a hold of me. I can support your weight, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah, Leslie's pretty small.
So,
I guess it's just us standing there, Aelin. You know. Well.
I couldn't actually hear you, Tyler.
Oh, it's just us two riding the elevator, I guess, like without any, safety measures.
Gek, you can cling to the walls, can you not?
Yeah, but if we're moving really fast, what?
Do you want to hold my arm?
What?
Let's just go. We got this.
I was just anyway.
okay. So, the doors in front of you are easily opened at the touch of a Omni tool. And you notice it's just a shaft that goes all the way up and all the way down, with huge bulky units in each corner all the way up and down as well that give off this blue glow. You can kind of see bits of debris kind of just floating up and down in it. Let's see, it's under your control. If you will step out, you can go down or up. And I assume you want to go down.
All right. Are we ready to go down?
Indeed. Do we wish to be within the sphere?
Bear in mind, you would have to cancel the fly for that.
I would have to cancel the fly, so maybe I'll wait until we're at the bottom and then cast it.
I feel like being in the orb is the best protection.
Oh, it is. Yes, it's quite good protection. Do you want to do that now?
I think so. I think if we...
Would you like the blue ball? All right.
So
I feel safer. I feel safer when we're inside of the blue ball.
Don't worry, let's go down.
okay, so let's get down.
Okay,
Once
are
we're at
you
the
going
bottom-
to drop fly because you have to drop the concentration to get the ball up?
I'm thinking that we should get to the bottom, open the door, like before we open the door at the bottom. That's what, like, I want to be flying in the shaft just in case anything goes wrong.
Okay, so you're in complete control of
this-
this shaft right now.
All this talk of shafts and balls, it's really...
Okay. So you want the ball at the bottom of the shaft?
Yes, we'll work the shaft until... Okay, all right,
Okay,
enough.
right.
Yeah.
So, are you going to step out into the shaft?
Well, Poe floats out into the middle of the shaft.
Okay, Poe, you float out into the middle of the shaft.
I've grabbed onto Poe, right? I'm probably I'm
Okay.
going with Poe.
Okay. Let's see. As Poe begins to float past, you take Poe's arm and you find yourself floating. Just like you were flying before, but instead of actually clinging to an object, you're also weightless as you go into the lift shaft.
I look back at the other two.
Well, what do you think?
Of your floating?
All right. Aelin will step out.
Okay.
I mean, Gex on there. If Leslie's comfortably on there, he'll step onto it.
Okay. Aelin, you step out, and as you look over for Gek timidly steps out as well. And for a moment, you hang there. Leslie, as you look down at your Omni tool, ready to descend into the lower depths and face whatever is down there, you notice it flicker. And then you plummet. Gek, Aelin, Poe, however, you go the other way. However, Poe's holding Leslie, so Poe and Leslie both make the athletics checks as you're pulled in different directions.
The 12?
Poe?
It's not my best. Nope.
As you suddenly try and hold on tighter, you find yourself ripped apart. Poe, Aelin, and Gek. Poe, if you want to try and fly against it, you can kind of go almost in the direction, but you're still kind of going upwards under the force of these huge repulsor units. However, Leslie, you shoot
Can
downwards.
I charge at Leslie?
You can, but you wouldn't. Again, like, Poe's fly isn't even enough to be able to overcome the actual, like, fields here. But you can maybe not go as far, but it wouldn't stop you. Leslie, the bottom is accelerating towards you. And then you start slowing.
I start slowing down.
Aelin, Poe, Diba, you also slow down. Midway up the shaft. In an area where there's no doors next to you. Kind of just stuck in the middle of the shaft right now.
I'm going to charge my way down until I get down to the bottom.
As you start going down, you feel them push back at you, and you kind of end up in the same position.
Gek's also trying to climb down.
Make me an athletics check with a +5.
I'll attack one of the units that seems to be radiating this
16
energy.
plus
Okay.
5 would be a 21 because reliable talent.
Level 21. You have an issue getting to the edge as the units are keeping you in the center, but as Aelin charges, it kind of wobbles enough that you manage to get one hand on the side. And as you try and bring the other hand up, another charge, you get a second hand on. Poe, make an attack roll.
Here we are. This will be with Lance, so it'll do electrical damage as well.
Uh, 13 is enough. These aren't armored.
And actually, I'll be attacking 2 different units.
Okay, twinned.
Because it's twinned, so and a 13 and an 18, so it does.
And the lightning is doubled. They're vulnerable here, so that's going to be 29.
Okay, and then this is the second one. Ooh, and that one did very well.
Both units blow out in a shower of sparks, and you fall a good 10 meters before being caught by the next set of units. Gek, they fall a little bit below you, and you manage to pull yourself down the side until you get to what appears to be another door. This one will actually be above where you entered. And this door is kind of just holding closed. There's a little keypad next to it, and then what appears to be a terminal as well. You can keep climbing down if you want, although it's a long way down.
I'm gonna try and open this door.
Okay, electronics roll.
Still an 18.
18. Yeah, with a little bit of difficulty, you do manage to get the door open. And there's a terminal on the other side as well.
Yep, I'm gonna flip around to that terminal and see if I can mess with something to fix what's happening right now.
Okay, then we'll get back to you in a moment. We're gonna go to Lessie. As you plummet towards the bottom, you suddenly find yourself slowing and touching down on a pad. Around you, you can see the control space, radiating in all directions. There are huge, thick glass windows reinforced with Mass Effect fields. You can see the rolling clouds of the lower depths of Hecate. Occasionally a bit of debris from the upper levels falls past. And in front of you, looking out at the clouds, is a figure. A Quarian. In dark purple armor with a kind of black spiral design around it.
Beautiful, isn't it? It's been a while, Leslie.
As the voice is not that you expect. Is Shiru. The one who was once the mother to you.
I cautiously take a step towards her.
Shiru? Is that you?
Yes, it is.
What are you doing here?
You know what I've been doing here, Leslie?
In that moment, do I realize that she is just as bad as Kosin?
That would be up for you to decide.
I feel like all these gears start going. And this woman who used to come read me stories and share a little bit more ginger care towards me might be one of the bad guys.
Where's Kosin?
I relieved him of this project. His results were inefficient and, might I add, inhumane. I was always concerned about what he did to you, Leslie.
Do you think this is better? You think what you're doing here is better?
Better than his approach? Yes. But I do not necessarily think what we do here is good.
Then why do you do it?
Because somewhere, out there in dark space, the Reapers wait, and they are coming. And we are going to need to be unified, Leslie.
This is not the way you do it. You can unify people and races and everything, but not like this.
300 years of war versus a Geth. We enslaved them. They wiped our people out. Do you think we could overcome those boundaries in a few short years? I know this isn't the most delicate outcome. I wish we had more time. I wish we had the time to approach this in a different manner. But we don't.
You could have helped me, you know. You could have gotten me out of there. You are just as complicit as Kosin is. And you just disappeared one day. Was that your choice or was that someone else's?
We had a difference of agreement about how you should be trained. Who do you think unlocked all the doors in your cell block so long ago, Lizzie?
However,
Who do you think gave your friends a mission to put them in contact with you?
There's just like all this emotion of confusion and betrayal and that like cognitive dissonance of this person was one of the warm parts of my childhood, but is now also instigating evil in the universe.
I don't know what to believe with you anymore. I thought you were dead. And maybe you should have been. I hope you understand why I need to do this.
And I'm gonna take my flamethrower out and aim it at her.
She turns around, seemingly unfazed, and looks at you as that kind of pilot light flicks on.
I'm sorry, Leslie. I really hoped you would understand why this is necessary.
I'm not sorry.
And then I'm gonna turn on my beam.
Okay. As this beam of flame, white hot, lances out and shoots through her, the image breaks apart into bits of light that shimmer. The beam starts burning through the glass armor behind. Do you want to turn it off?
Oh yeah, I would immediately turn it off because it's a waste of energy, and also I don't want to create a fracture in the environment that I'm in right now.
Yep. The holographic image pulls together once it stops.
You're afraid of me. That's why you can't show your face here.
I see. You should know better than to make infantile insults. I respect your strength. I raised you. I know what you're capable of. It makes me pleased that you've become so powerful.
It's cowardly to not show up yourself. But what you're doing is cowardly.
At that point, can I send a message to the others via my Omni tool?
You can try.
I'm gonna just covertly as possible, like type something out about how
As soon as
it's
you start
not
typing, make a sleight of hand check.
Okay. 21.
Okay. Yeah. As you put your hands behind your back, kind of taking like this kind of like official kind of like, I'm going to look down at you, but I'm going to have a regal bearing kind of position. You start typing on your own tool behind your back.
Okay. I'm gonna let the group know it's not Kosin, it's Sheru, who I briefly told them about at one point on the ship, and just try to get as much information to them about what's going on, that she's a hologram, and need to figure out where she is so we can take her out.
Okay. Gek, make the electronics roll for hacking the console this is on. Reliable talent, 18. Yeah. You're already on your way down. You get this message as you're going down. It takes a time, as occasionally you have to stop as the Mass Effect field picks you and stops you moving. You have to go back in and do the same hack. But you are on your way down as you get that message.
I assume we can get that because Gek is disabling them as we go down, so I can get down there too, right?
Am I on my way down, or are they on their way down with me?
Yeah, you have to go down with them to be able to get to the next console and so on, yeah. There would also be insignificant enemies, like you go through a door, there's like 3 service troops there who are like, oh crap, and then you kill them, but they're not a problem for you.
Since she's a hologram, I know that like she can't physically hurt me, right?
That would be normal.
I'm gonna get a little bit closer to her, but I'm on guard because I want to see her face in a way.
I would have appreciated if you actually came here yourself.
Well, you have succeeded in, unfortunately, disabling the research. Or at least any further research. But
Do you really think you're doing something good here?
no. What I'm doing here is evil, Leslie. We're going to have to destroy the minds of many million sentients. But by doing so, we can save a galaxy of trillions more. The Geth are very capable, as they showed against us. But each of them is a military platform, capable of bearing arms, capable of being trained instantly, with fleets of warships.
Is this coming from a place of wanting to help? Or do you just hate the Geth that much?
They destroyed our culture, Leslie. But
You destroyed mine.
As you say that, your friends touch down behind you. Probably all 3-point superhero landings, looking like badises.
Gek immediately is gonna, if he sees Leslie, he's gonna run over.
Yeah. You see Leslie, you also see a kind of a glowing section of glass behind her, where this fuzzy hologram is just kind of still taking shape.
So you're not hiding, right, Gek? You're just like running up.
Nope, he doesn't care right now.
Gek, this is Sheru.
Diva Gek. We considered recruiting you at a time before I joined Cerberus.
You are a fool. Any work you have done on behalf of Cerberus will be used against the Quarians, as it will be used against all non-humans.
That's why I have my own override key. I'm
I
not
see.
quite as stupid as you believe. Do not underestimate me. I do not underestimate you. That's why I'm
Aelin will
not
be
here.
looking around the room while listening, not
Okay.
actually going over.
Sure.
You will not find anything, Aelin. I already left here. I'm leaving here right now, unfortunately. I'm sorry, Leslie. But I'm gonna have to leave you to plunge into this gas giant with your friends. I hope you survive. Galaxy can do with more of you. But it is highly unlikely.
I hope you do not survive, and I'll make sure of it.
I think your
And with-
hypothesis is overeager.
I stop listening and I start coming up with a plan to use their own defenses to take out whatever shuttle she might be on.
Okay.
The image breaks apart as you see her like step up, almost like she's going like a set of stairs, and she seems to go out of the remit of whatever hollow field is being projected.
I'm committing that to memory.
Okay.
I don't know if there's any consoles in here or anything that I can use.
Loads.
Can you trace her signal?
I want to find cameras to see if I can locate where she just was.
I just start getting
Okay.
on a console.
Make me
And-
a wisdom check, DC 14, I guess, to see if you can match it to anything else you know. Les, you want to get on some consoles? What do you want to do?
I want to track what shuttle she's getting on. If she's like, she said she's leaving right now.
Mhm.
I don't believe she's left the base, and I want to try to use some of their weapons to shoot their shuttle out of the, like as
Okay.
they're leaving and blow it up.
Sorry, Gak. Okay.
Poe is going to try the same thing. That was a wisdom check, you said?
That's specifically because of idiot memory.
specifically me.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
You
Okay.
can certainly try something similar, but the DC will be much higher. But you can go for it. Make a wisdom roll.
What's the rules on luck was going to be my question.
Can I try
It has
too?
to be an ability related to him. Aileen, you can make the same check. Leslie, if you want to try and get into the weapon systems, feel free to make me a hacking check.
Okay.
So straight wisdom, right? You said?
Yes.
Not wisdom saving.
29 on the wisdom.
That is a wisdom save, not a wisdom check, but that is
I'm
high
sorry.
enough even if you take the proficiency bonus off.
Right. So that is,
Okay.
that's a 25, I guess, with...
Yeah. Okay, for Poe, it's a pass. This is a hard DC. It wasn't just a normal set of stairs. It seems to be a metal ramp that also has a little kind of handhold banister, but it's like a really small banister on either side. It would be normally what you use to get into like a top entrance to a shuttle or something of that kind, or like a lifter. Would imply she's probably in the shuttle bay or something right now and is busy getting into something.
Okay, I'll relay that immediately.
She's in a shuttle bay somewhere.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yes! If there were
Crit 30. Okay. So there is one thing that she has not done. When she left, she auto-destructed all the drones. So there aren't drones anymore. There are no defenses. All the defenses are gone. But with a crit 30, there is something she forgot. The shuttle bay doors technically are still under your control.
Oh.
Oh, what's that?
I do this thing
That shit.
where she's starting to lift off and the shuttle starts to get ready to leave and the doors are still open, and I'm going to close it at the last possible second so that they ram directly into the shuttle doors. And can I lock them in the shuttle bay from the other side as well?
You could lock them in the shuttle bay. It's only one big set of doors that's properly thick and armored. The other set is just like a Mass Effect screen to just kind of keep out the extra atmosphere. I will say that they don't go particularly fast, so if you try and destroy the shuttle by trying to close it on it, there's a chance she'd get through. But if she just bumps into it, she probably won't take damage, but it will certainly annoy her.
Yeah, like a bump of you almost got out, but you didn't, and
as
so
you
it's
begin to detect the shuttle taking off, you close the door, and then the door detects that one of the servos blew out as something bumped into it. The door still remains operational and under your control. For now, it's possible someone can regain control, but with a 30, it will take time. I would say you have a minimum of 10 minutes before anyone can even attempt to take it back.
Do we have a lock on her location? Like, we know which bay she's in, right?
It's one bay. It's just one bay.
Okay.
Gek looks to Leslie and just goes, "Do you want me to go?"
I want us to all stay together. I don't want you to be outnumbered.
Gek and I can get there the fastest.
If you two want to go, I'd rather we stop her and have a chance of her getting out. And Aylin and I can follow behind as fast as possible. But she might have people with her on that.
Can I carry Leslie and charge?
You don't know.
What would my flight speed be carrying Leslie? 15?
I mean, honestly, from your experiences with the cargo lift, you could probably just go up the cargo lift. It doesn't seem like you can easily hack the cargo lift externally, so if you wanted to flip it, it's unlikely she'd be able to flip it back. You didn't take out enough emitters to impede it. You only took out 2, and there's 4 in each section, so you're probably still fine.
Gek's instinct was to just go. He stopped and paused to ask Leslie.
Okay.
And I would notice that because it's not impulsive.
Yeah. You look over and you see Gek hand out towards you, looking back thoughtfully towards you.
Yeah, I would squeeze his forearm. And the reason I don't want him to go is because if he gets killed by her, I would go on a murderous rampage. And also I would never forgive myself for letting him go ahead of me. Whatever the fastest route there is, I mean, I would just
let's all stay together. I mean, we have about 10 minutes before they could try to get back in, so if we could just get up there quickly.
Let us go.
Okay. You'll go into the cargo lift, and with a little bit of overriding, won't even make you roll, because as you might have guessed, Gek, your 18 is enough when she's not trying to override you. The 21 from Leslie wasn't enough when she was able to override you. And within a minute, hacking, going through the entire lift shaft, you come out the top and find yourselves now just kind of hovering over a very long drop in the middle of a very large, empty circular area. There's a couple of shuttles off to one side. There's a few, there's a mech, there's pallets, there's dead people. There's a few dead people.
I would have, just before we arrived, barrier goes back up as a bonus action.
Okay. Your barrier goes up. That'll last a minute before anything, before it goes, but you will have a minute on it.
I would imagine running towards the doors to find the ship that's trying to get out.
Okay. You run forwards and you notice as you jump off the Mass Effect field that there is a shuttle here with the door wide open, and it looks like the top is kind of bent in one place, like it impacted something hard.
She is here somewhere.
Aylin's gonna check up her barrier too.
You said there's a mech?
Of course I'm here, Edgar Poe. As
The mech.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lights go on. The cockpit glows orange. Walks forwards as the Atlas steps into view, along with two Cerberus troops with blue flashes across their shoulders and across the side panels.
As that happens, Poe just says before combat begins,
How apropos. Hercules once faced Atlas.
There's a reason. Anyway, please roll me initiative.
all right, get ready for something very low.
I rolled a
Yep.
nat 1.
Oh no.
Ooh, you got the rock. You got a rock.
I got an 18 for once.
Nice. Leslie's angry.
I imagine it's because I ran the wrong direction to look at this shuttle.
Probably.
Right when you said the mech, I was like, I want to check out the mech, but then I was like, would Gak think that is
Yeah.
instinct?
Okay, and right.
That's a tie. Who has the better decks?
Aelin, what's your dex?
I got a 14 dex.
I got a 14 dex. Roll off. Roll me d20. Oh, Aelin! You are
Okay.
up first. As you look towards these two troops who are slightly in front, you all kind of act at the same moment. Aelin is slightly faster. They have shotguns, and you can see the shimmering of purple force field on top of their actual shield itself, which seems to imply they have a barrier. Aelin, what do you do?
I'm gonna charge.
Which one are you going to
I,
charge?
Before we start, I think this is the perfect time for this mug.
I should go. Yeah.
I don't have that one on me today. I just have my note.
Also apropos, also fits.
So one looks significantly stronger than the other, right?
So both of the Cerberus troops seem similarly equipped and armed.
Okay.
At first glance, they would look similar, though you wouldn't be able to know if there is a definite difference without taking action, but your passive insight would be enough to know they both seem to be acting similarly. They are both flanking in the front, whereas the mech is definitely at the back. The mech's a good 20 meters away, and the troops are both about 12 meters away from you.
Okay. I mean, I could hit the Alice, but I'm going to go after the trooper that's closer to me, I guess.
Sure.
Doesn't
The
really
one on
matter.
the left is like marginally closer to you.
Sure. So DC 18 for dex save.
Okay. It's time for this. Fail!
Cool. So they're prone, and they take that damage.
So they take 20 force damage. They are going to barrier tick. So they take 15, which their shield pops. And they take damage.
I am going to bonus action to smack them with the hammer.
Okay.
Since they're prone, is that advantage? Or
Yes.
is okay.
17 is a hit. As you see Aelin lift this huge hammer. Two-handed?
One-handed.
One-handed, and bam! Okay. And the damage is
7 bludgeoning.
7 bludgeoning. They're going
And
to
if they
barrier
were
tick.
already prone, they'd have to roll another check to
Yeah.
not be prone.
It does still go through, and they take 1 point of damage. Okay. Their turn.
I imagine they get up.
They get up. And they were 12 meters away from you, so... Okay.
Who can play that game?
And they charge you. Point blank.
What's the DC?
The DC is not 10, but feel free to roll a dex save.
Sure.
The DC is, I believe, 14.
I think I'm good.
You
Oh,
pass
yes.
the dex save, so you take half damage on knock prone, so you take 7 points of force damage.
Actually, I have resistance to force.
You take 3 points of force damage. As you see her brand new Colossus armor dissipate most of the force. And then yeah, that's it. I don't even get to make a bonus action attack, I believe.
Leslie, you should be happy that Ayla's not in the middle of the group this time.
Yes.
The other one is going to move forwards, and then is going to launch a shockwave at Poe and Lessie. Don't think they can hit D because D moved a little bit towards the shuttle. So as you see them move forwards, they bam put their hand on the ground, and there's a as you can see bits of ground distort as panels pop rivets. I need both of you to make me dex saves. It's not DC 10, it is DC 14. These are all DC 14s. Fail.
Remember, we have the team inspiration.
Yes, you still do have that. So you take 13 points of force damage each and are knocked prone.
What kind of damage is this?
Force.
Question, I'm flying, so does that...
Did you re-up your fly? Because it would have expired by now during the conversation. Because it's... how long is the duration on fly?
10 minutes.
It would have probably expired because you flew since the very start of dropping the bubble all the way to there,
Yeah.
up, down.
I would have renewed it in the shaft. If, like,
Okay,
we
in which
were-
case, yeah, renew it in the shaft, and you would not be knocked prone. You're... Well, knocking prone when you're flying...
Would it even hit if it's a
You,
ground-based thing?
yeah, no, it's an air effect, technically.
Oh, okay.
If you are not
It
prone
doesn't-
while you're flying, you fall. But you just fall and are prone on the ground, and then you can just get back up and fly again, I believe.
Okay.
Is the general ruling. You aren't flying high enough because you just started on the ground here, so you don't take full damage.
And that was 13 points of damage, so it doesn't actually get through my shield.
It doesn't get through your shield now.
Okay.
Okay, that makes it Lessie Mara.
Okay. Now remind me, getting up from prone, that's not an action.
Half your movement.
Half
Okay.
move, yeah.
I'm just gonna stand up and I'm just gonna take my flamethrower and aim it directly at Sheru in her mech.
Okay.
Okay.
What's the range on it?
It's a lot. It's
I probably don't need to ask this.
doesn't it say here, hold on. Each creature in an 8-meter cone is primed with fire, blah blah blah.
And then the upgrade changes from a cone to a lance.
Yeah, to the lance. Hold on, I have it. Okay, it is. It doesn't really say. It says range is 8 meters.
Yeah,
Cone. So what is it? What is it though with the concentrated burn? 20 meters. 20 meter wide line instead of a cone.
She's just in your range.
Okay.
Okay. You make her make a dex save, DC 20. Let me pull up. There we go. Dex save. 18. She fails. 51 points of damage. Okay. You see the shield around the mech pop in an explosive burst that gives an audible bang.
I am just gonna determinedly stay in my position and kind of hunker down and hold that concentrated burn on the mech that Sheru is in.
Okay. With that, I'm going to take a legendary action.
Lessie, I was hoping this wouldn't be necessary. I was hoping you could get the second shuttle and leave. I set you free, Lessie. He did terrible things to you, but I thought you would understand that this is necessary. But I have to continue. I hope you understand that.
As she brings one of the arms forwards, and you see the little Mass Effect accelerator cannon, something which is so large that it would be hard for even Aelin to carry, wielded as just an underarm mount, suddenly go at you. 23 to hit.
Yeah.
That hits.
35 radiant damage.
I think the cloud might be useful now.
I don't think it has radiant, does it?
Nope.
It's acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder. I keep checking it.
It's like the elements as opposed to like radiant, which is apparently high velocity projectiles. Higher velocity than piercing. I don't know.
All right. So I shield.
Shield first. Yep.
Shield first. Okay. All right. I like to picture that I'm taking this damage, but I somehow still badass like hold my position with the concentrated burn as I'm
you're like
taking
getting
damage.
Make me a con save though for the concentrated burn.
Okay.
The DC is half the damage taken, so it would be 17.
That's a high DC.
7.
Unfortunately, as you kept getting hit, your arm is knocked to the side and the burn almost debugek before you stop it, and you have to lose concentration on the spell. Right. Oh.
Over to Poe. Okay. So I've got these two. There's two Cerberus agents, yes? Or
yes. One of them has kind of moved a little bit forwards. The other one is a little bit behind in engaging Aelin.
I thought that one was prone.
Got up, I believe, in their turn.
Got up, yeah.
Right, yeah.
Well, I can hit them both with Biotic Split, and what I'm going to be splitting is Warp, as I bypass their barriers and their shields and generate a Mass Effect field within their bodies.
Okay. The barrier will still affect them, but the shields won't. Go for
it does affect barrier. Okay.
Yeah, barrier seems to affect everything. So I generally rule that you can use barrier versus pretty much anything.
So again, this is Biotic Split. That's a crit.
You crit on the one that is next to Aelin. I get a feeling this will not be a very long-lived mook here.
Oh no, they're fine.
And I am upcasting this at 3rd level.
Okay.
So that will be. Let me just double check on the damage here. Let me see if it'll. Here, I'm gonna roll the other attack. A 17 on the second guy.
That also hits.
Okay, so here's the crit first of all. So that is 28 plus 25, and that's when it's cast at 2nd level. So I'll add another 2d10 to that, I believe. Let me just double check that. Sorry. When I cast warp at higher levels. Yeah, it is 2d10. So another 2d10 on top of that, doubled. So another 30 points of damage on top of that.
You see this. Warp is normally kind of a hard to see sphere that hits them in the center and then kind of distorts them. This sphere is almost like a black center, as it's so dense. As you take all of that rage and frustration at what's going on and just channel it. And it flies forwards, almost like a tiny mini black hole, hits the guy in the chest, and he collapses inwards. You see his torso just crushed under the warp itself, until what is left is effectively a cross of arms and legs and a torso that is compacted, that head just lolling around the top and collapses in front of Aelin. That one's gone.
Such is the fate of Cerberus.
Here's the second guy.
Okay.
That is 26 plus 11, so 37 plus another 2d10 on top of that. 27, 31, 41 points of damage total. Necrotic.
I believe you mean 51.
Oh, sorry, 51. Yeah, thank you, yes.
Don't you re-roll ones as well?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yep.
I do re-roll any ones or twos.
There is
one
a
you can
one
re-roll
there.
in that one.
Yeah. There's a d10. So put in a d10 minus 1 and that will re-roll it and add that damage. Okay, so an extra 7 damage. So 51 plus 7 minus 8, 50. They take 50 damage. They are... still up.
Cool.
They
And
are not
because
healthy. I will point that out. As you see their body kind of distort and they start dripping fluids from every section of their armor that is open.
and because I cast that as a third level spell, with biotic expertise, I regain a second level spell slot from doing that.
Then as a legendary action...
Oh, and also, I guess I used half my movement to sort of pop back up into the air.
Okay.
As you do that, legendary action, the mech turns towards you.
I had heard of your wife, but I did not think that you were quite so formidable. I will have to adjust my targeting priorities accordingly.
Come then.
And 22?
22 hits.
20 points of radiant damage.
Okay, the shield pops, and I'm going to use a barrier tick on that as well.
Okay. You might even
Actually,
not even have
no.
to pop the shield. Oh.
You know what? Let's see here. So that takes me. Let's might as well use a barrier tick on that.
Okay. 14 points of
was
damage
it?
then.
Oh, okay. Then my shield is still up.
There you go. Okay.
But just the shield is barely still up.
As it gets to the mech's turn, you see it braced.
There is still time, Lessie. You can leave. Take one of the shuttles and go. Just let me leave with my research.
I look at the group really quickly, and I just look at her.
Your research is worthless.
You show so much promise. I was hoping you would get out of this and lead a different life.
As you hear the sound of metal retracting and the mech hunches, and then about 24 tiny rockets fly out the back and home towards you. They'll hit Lessie, Edgar, and Deba with a rocket attack. Make me dexterity saving throws.
Oh, I'm no good at those.
Me neither.
I
Okay.
won't take any damage.
Pass, don't take any damage.
Ooh.
Poe,
But
fail. Lessie, succeed.
and what was damage on that?
The damage is 49 thunder damage.
Okay, so
And Lessie, you take 24.
nanites.
shield
I
is
would
gone.
I'm using a nanite cloud because thunder damage is part of that.
Okay. So you gain resistance.
Yeah, sorry, I thought that would post it.
Using a barrier tick.
Okay.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
So a fair bit of it still gets through.
So, Leslie, you would normally take 24 points of thunder damage because you passed the check, but instead you take 12 points of thunder damage.
Okay. It says on nanite, it lessens the effect on you and storing it for your next attack until the end of your next turn. You gain resistance to the damage. So does that do anything for me?
No,
Does it
means
like
the
lessen
next
it?
time, it gives you resistance, I believe. Less
Okay.
until next turn, you gain resistance to triggering damage type, including against the triggering attack. So
Okay.
you take 12 points here instead of 24.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
if they attack you again with
Yeah.
thunder damage stuff,
Mark, can you reduce your shield
Okay.
to 0? It seems to be full at the moment.
Oh, it's currently at 0. I got nothing.
Did you flip the wrong one? Did you flip your max shield instead of your actual shield?
No, I thought I. Oh wait, I just it's blank right now. It doesn't say 0, so
right.
maybe that's it.
you have to hit 0.
There you go.
There we go.
Okay, that brings us to Gek.
Stretchy time.
Come on, Gek.
So here's the question:
Yep.
the mech was primed fire. Is it still primed fire?
Until the end of Leslie's turn, yes.
Oh, and that guy, the Cerberus agent who's still up, is primed necrotic.
Okay.
Cool. Yeah.
Actually, you know what? Before your turn, after my turn, I'm going to take a legendary action.
How many legendary actions do you get?
I can take my legendary actions regenerate on my turn. So this is the new turn. And I'm going to use my legendary action to shoot... Oh,
Very well.
crit 30.
Oh, luck. My last use of luck. Please re-roll that.
Okay, so instead of being 30, it will be the 29 unless I roll a crit again. So it's still a hit, but it's no longer a crit unless I crit again. I got another 29, so it's definitely a hit.
So, but not a
but
crit.
not quite a crit.
Okay.
21 radiant.
Cool.
That is such a clutch use of luck. And you can
I'm-
barrier. Yeah.
I will barrier that with my last barrier that's standing out.
Oh, 20 points then.
20 points. Okay.
Okay. Yak.
Sure. Gek realizes and intelligently recognizes that the mech is primed fire and is going to go ahead and use an incinerate.
Okay, on hit the target, it's prime fire. It also involves detonate. So this will detonate and then reprime it.
Yep.
And what level are you casting this at?
It's level 2.
Okay. Yeah, that is not a hit.
Oh,
It off the armor, you see a scorch mark.
is it a hit now?
I hate you. You use the
team
group luck.
inspiration,
Okay, yes, it is now a hit. You see it bounce off the mech and then ricochet off 2 other panels and then land on the shoulder and melt through. It hits, it also detonates.
Prime fire gets detonated, and now I need to click damage.
Let me look up the condition. Appendix, condition, prime, detonate.
Yes.
Prime. So
Decent
prime
damage, too.
fire. What is your level? It is above 11, 3d6. And that will be doubled because of the crit. Not crit. So it is a
Am I within 4
not a
meters of this thing?
3d6. No, not. You're in front of it by 8 meters.
Okay.
3d6, you said?
3d6, yes. So that is 14 plus 17 for the upcast plus 3d6. So 31 plus 3d6.
10.
41 points of damage as it begins to melt through and it explodes several bits where the flames are just on it and just erupt. It takes 21 points of damage. Ow.
I'm
Okay.
also going to use my bonus action to Tactical Cloak.
Oh. Okay.
That's after I shoot.
So that's my bonus action.
Okay. So.
And my movement is I moved, and I'll let you know where I moved.
Oh, feel free to let me know. I won't metagame it. She
Okay,
knows
fine.
where you are unless you stealth, but she won't be able to get a good lock on you. So.
I'm moving towards the other,
Other dude.
the other dude.
You have enough movement, you could get beyond the other dude if you wanted.
Yeah. I
Okay.
imagine melee wouldn't work. Well, you know what? Could I use raw agility and get behind the mech?
The mech's next to a wall, so no, it hasn't really had a chance
Okay.
to get away from its cradle.
But I can climb up the wall.
You may be on the wall next to it with your movement.
Debating. I want to do that, but I imagine I can't stealth, although I have silent
Yeah.
cloak.
Silent cloak just means that you don't make sound. Yeah, but you don't. Technically, the stealth and invisibility are two separate mechanics. So I unfortunately no. It would mean that you'd have advantage on stealth checks, etc., which I guess you already have from invisibility.
Right. Yeah, I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move next to the mech
Okay.
on the wall.
You see the barest hints of bits of debris being knocked aside as Deba runs up and then up the wall. Okay. At the end of your turn, I'm going to take a legendary action. I was going to shoot you, but since you're now next to the mech and also cloaked, she doesn't want to shoot Leslie. As she levels the barrel again at Leslie, there's hesitation. You can see the mech hesitate.
Perhaps I can incentivize you to desist, Leslie.
The barrel swings over to Poe.
God damn it.
Crit 1. Misses.
Woo! Shoots itself in the foot. Ah? It's got big feet. It's got big feet. They get in the way.
Sadly,
Yeah.
none of your crit ones have done that for you, so I'm gonna have to.
That's fair.
Yeah. Okay. That takes it to Aylin's turn.
All right, so we got the dude in front of me who looks hurt. Yeah.
There's a guy next to you who is exploded, and a guy not too far away behind you who is very, very hurt indeed.
Cool. I'm just gonna make sure that he's super hurt, so I'm gonna do Biotic Slash as my bonus action, and then I'm going to go and hit him with my hammer.
Okay.
15.
Unfortunately, as you walk up and swing, dodges to the side, and you miss.
The good thing is I could do it again because I get extra attack.
Okay.
25.
This time you hit as you bring it round back and down through his legs.
And the cool thing is Biotic Slash actually detonates primes, so I think this
So
is fine.
he's primed necrotic for sure.
Yeah.
You don't need to roll damage. He had 2 HP. As you swing down with the
Super dead.
hammer, both you hit the leg and it comes off, and it's almost like hitting a baseball. The leg goes flying across the actual room, and then his torso explodes because it was primed necrotic. Just there's a cloud of blood mist that evaporates with the bardic before landing to the ground, and Aylin, you are drenched.
Do I have enough movement left to get basically within range of the mech?
No, because you've had to go back and then you have to go forwards again. You would
What
be able to
about
get halfway there.
movement? What about movement for Aylin to get between the mech and Leslie or the mech?
Yeah.
Oh.
Can I get within?
You could give one of them cover. You couldn't give both of them cover, but it would make it a harder attack.
I'll tell you
the
this.
mech does have height advantage, though.
Poe probably can't take another hit.
Poe is also flying, so you can't really block Poe.
Also, I see if I would see that Leslie's shield wasn't up, and I'd see Poe still had a barrier up. So
Oh,
Yeah.
actually, I would assume I'm not flying anymore because there was no way. I took like 40 points of damage in one round. So
Yeah.
I
True,
think
you
I'm-
failed the con
concentration.
save.
I'm
Make
on
me a
the
con
ground.
save, just in case. Because it's possible. If you get like a 20 or something, you'll be okay.
Didn't you cast something too that would have been concentration?
Yeah, you dropped to the ground. You were flying. You did see you went up. So you would
Yeah,
take...
but it was just like. Whoop.
Okay, in which case you land, you're prone. Aylin, yes, you can block one of them.
would I be able to get within 2 meters of both of them?
No, they're a little bit apart.
Oh, and in answer to the question, everything that I've cast is like instantaneous, so it wasn't any other concentration stuff.
They're all like direct attacks.
I would step in front of Les.
Wait,
Well,
actually,
Leslie, where did you move last turn, Leslie? You said you moved somewhere a little bit.
I think I just stayed
You
there.
stay
I just
still?
got attacked
In
by
which case,
thunder.
Aelin, you can be within 2 meters of Leslie and Poe.
I'm gonna do that.
Yeah. Poe only went up,
Yep.
but Leslie didn't. Yeah, you're good.
Then I will
you're
do
all
that.
Now clumped up, nice and together.
Oh. Uh-oh.
I have one reaction.
At the end of your turn, or right before Leslie's turn,
Let's try that again, shall we?
I counter your legendary action with a love action.
ah, it's so good, critically effective. Yes, I should definitely be attacking you. She doesn't know that you're an item yet, though. Give me a sec. Wait until I can insight you. 28 versus Poe.
That's a hit.
28 radiant.
I'm
Okay.
gonna do my reaction, so Poe can take 2d8 off of that.
Ooh,
Okay.
lovely, thank you.
Aelin's barrier distorts and extends and hits several of the rounds coming in.
Do you want to roll that, since it's your barrier?
Sure. Let's hope it goes well.
5.
Yeah.
That's all right.
23. Oh, you've got a barrier tick left.
Oh, yes, yeah, I'll definitely use that. So we'll take, so it gives me that, and then let's see how many other hit points I have. Okay, all right.
Down to 19 damage.
How many
Okay.
hit points you got left?
I have currently 9 hit points. I would have been, if without that and my barrier, I would have been on 0. So
Oof.
yeah, so I got 9 hit points.
Okay, and you've used your last barrier charge, so take that
Yes.
off. Okay, that makes it Leslie's turn.
I've only actually had 1 action since I've entered this room, so I'm hoping I get to do one other thing.
I've only had one action as well,
Yep.
so
I'm torn because I see on my Omni tool that Poe is getting very low on health. I'm going to.
I know what Gek would do here, but I can't say.
Okay, Leslie.
I'm going to, because it's more important that the. Okay. I'm going to make a hard decision, and I'm just going to do flamethrower instead of trying to heal Poe.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Poe.
I make a dexterity saving throw.
You sure do.
40 points of flame and primed.
Which was already primed, so it's primed fire twice now. I don't know if they stack.
You can't be. Conditions don't stack, but it is very primed.
Extremely primed.
Very much prime rib right there. As the flamethrower burns in, starting to melt bits of the metal paneling.
I'm going to do that, and then I can do a bonus action, correct?
Yep.
I'm going to cast guidance, multi-tap.
You can
to each
only cast 1 power per turn, I'm afraid.
Oh yeah, you're right. Okay. Then I am just going to hold the concentrated burn.
Okay. At the end of your turn, Poe.
All right. Okay. Can I can see her in the cockpit, can't I?
No, unfortunately, she is not targetable as a creature.
Ah, damn. Okay. Because that warp was going to really come in handy. But instead, is this thing protected by a force field, like by shields?
You saw the shield already drop with the very first
so it
attack from
doesn't have
Leslie popped
shields.
it.
Well, something tells me a mech has like really, really good strength. So I don't think Vortex is going to be what's called for here. I think it's just going to be a very upcast lance.
Okay.
There's no other targets, right? There's only the one?
Seemingly only the one.
Actually, you know something? I'm going to try to get to cover.
There are some crates and stuff around here that will give you half cover.
So yeah, basically
although you have to get it from prone because you fell from the air.
Yeah, I fly as a bonus. I fly as a bonus action.
Sure, but
Yeah,
you wouldn't be
so-
able to then cast another spell unless it's a cantrip. Is Lance cantrip?
What is it? No, it's not. I could cast throw or slam or you know what? Actually, what's going to be most important? So bonus action fly. I get 30. I can get up to 30 meters away. I could even like go in behind, so it's just out of its line of sight, or behind a ship or
Back down
something.
the shaft.
If you go behind one of the shuttles, you would be out of line of sight. Yeah.
Great, and then slap some metagel on myself.
Okay.
That's my action is slapping on the metagel. And what is metagel cure again?
2d4 plus 2.
I thought it was. Is it 2d4 plus 2? Or is it 2d4 plus
So I get 6 points of health back from that.
Alright.
And I am out of sight.
Okay.
Full cover, that would be too, then, I guess.
Yes, being out of sight is full cover. Oh dear.
You just recharged the thing.
Yeah, I did.
Oh no.
And Aelin and Lessie are very tempting. However, I don't need a line of sight to use this.
Oh god damn it.
There's an area. However, I don't know. I'm gonna make a check, see what she chooses, because she doesn't want to shoot Lessie.
I'm in the way though.
It's an area effect, but nice try. 16. She makes the check. Leslie.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry I had to come to this.
Aelin and Leslie make me dex saves.
Hey, I'm right next to the wall, right?
Yep.
Does it count if it's not targeting me? That's my only question. Because I'm right next to the mech.
I would say you could give one person advantage on this save. Because it's multiple small projectiles, you have to pick which ones.
We know which one.
It's definitely Lessie.
Leslie, make the dex save again. You may reroll your natural one.
Okay, thank God. With advantage or no?
Just once more. This will be advantage.
Okay, this is the advantage. Okay. 17.
17.
Much better.
Unfortunately, both of you fail. 50 thunder damage.
Oh boy.
Leslie
you got
has
resistance.
to it.
I ever, yeah.
Resistance until the end of your turn.
And
And
until the next attack, if you take an attack.
no, you have resistance.
That's what it says on the thing.
No, if
you
it
read
says
the power.
your next attack gets extra damage. Leslie, your last flamethrower should have had the extra damage from the thunder that you stored in it. If you could roll that.
Okay, how should I roll it?
Just click the thing.
me
Your
see
thing
here.
actually rolls it. When you were doing
Sorry,
it as an
guys.
attack roll by mistake, it was actually rolling the extra damage.
Until the end of your next turn, you gain resistance to the triggering damage type, including against the triggering attack. So it was against the original attack. Got it.
That's why the
Okay.
original attack was reduced. But you
So
can use
just-
the ability again now if you want.
That's true.
Okay, just really quickly, do you want me to roll flamethrower again? Is that
No,
what
it's
you're
the
saying?
damage from the ability you use, the absorb elements thingamabob. Nanite Cloud.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Because it
And
says
so
the next
you
time you
want
use
me
a
to?
tech power against the, you also add the extra damage.
Okay,
So it did an extra
So
14
14.
points. Okay.
I
And
mean
then-
the problem with this is it's 50 thunder damage.
Mhm.
So I can cast Nanite Cloud, but I'm effectively down
How much HP do you have?
31.
If you cast Nanite Cloud, you'll get advantage. You'll take 25 points of damage. You'll still be up.
Okay, then I'm gonna cast Nanite Cloud again. Take the 25.
Make me a con save for flamethrower.
12.
Unfortunately, you fail it. DC is... No! DC's half the damage. You took 25. 12. You just pass! As the flame, the beam disappears almost to just a fine point of light, you maintain and you stagger upright, burning patches of armor beginning to melt under the just intense flame from the individual explosives nearby as you get up, wreathed in this just fire and debris, and you maintain the flamethrower. And Aelin, are you...
Yeah, I was waiting for stuff to
firing?
happen.
Yep. So you only take 39.
39.
As you get up, Leslie, seemingly still in the fight.
That's my girl.
Not your
I
girl.
don't like her. I don't like her. Oh.
At the end of her turn, Gebegek. That was very annoying. She turns on you. You're technically cloaked. She's gonna have to make this at disadvantage. 25.
Still hits.
18 bludgeoning damage. Oh, this will go through shields, bear in mind. Because it's melee. Yes. Okay. Does your trophy... No, your trophy system uses reaction. You can't use that.
So I can't use that right now.
Yeah.
So I'll take 18. So I don't have shields because that goes through shields because it's a
melee. Yep.
Right?
EE, question. My shields would have started regenerating last turn because I didn't attack, right?
They regenerate on your turn.
On your turn. So when it gets to your turn, you regenerate your recharge amount because you've taken cover.
Cool.
Okay, that brings us to Gek.
Cool. I'm going to melee attack this mech by jumping off the wall onto it.
Okay.
Primarily focusing on the cockpit if I can.
You can't, but we'll go for it, Flavor.
Okay. So advantage because I'm coming out of cloak.
You are invisible and attacking, so yes.
All right, and let's do this. 28.
Mm-hmm.
That is a hit.
This is the only one that gets sneak, so it's getting sneak.
Okay.
Okay, so that's 41 points of lightning damage.
Yep.
Okay. As your whips hit down next to the cockpit, you can see them dig in, and the electricity courses through it. And you see servos all along the mech's shoulders and chest start blowing out. It looks like it's doing a lot of damage.
Yeah, here comes my other whip, which is a normal attack, I believe, because I'm not coming out of cloak now.
Yes, yeah.
Boom, baby!
Okay, roll it.
It's just normal damage, so no sneak. But
too bad.
I wouldn't have gotten sneak anyway unless it was an advantage roll. So
yeah,
still 14 lightning.
Okay.
But it's crit, so it doubled, right?
That is already doubled.
Yeah, it's already doubled.
Oh, okay.
But again, as you land down in front of it, this time whipping and hitting its shin, you see more servos along the leg blow out.
Don't shoot Leslie.
End of your turn?
You've hurt her enough. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because that was my normal action, bonus action.
Yeah. As you see the mech stumble, servos all across it blowing out from the electricity that courses up. You see arcs just bursting.
Leslie.
The cockpit. And then you see the Quarian now. Armor still kind of scorched and bursting, like control panel components exploding in her face.
You keep strange friends.
And then the chair blasts out the top with her in it. And then the mech detonates.
Well, that's fun.
Make me a dexterity saving throw.
It's only a 12,
Okay.
but I'm gonna take half no matter what because of evasion.
Evasion gives you half even on a success.
Correct. If I succeed, it's nothing. If I fail,
Right.
I still get half.
Okay. You take 29 points of stun damage, reduced to 14. This will hit shields.
Then I still have shields.
As the mech explodes, bits of shrapnel landing everywhere.
How high up is this mech? Because I imagine I need to do an acrobatics to see if I land on my feet or anything.
The mech's about like 8 meters tall. Maybe a little less than that. Maybe
then-
like 6 meters tall.
Yeah, then that's not much of a fall.
I mean, you normally take a little bit of damage, but your gloves are enough that unless it says it knocks you prone, you're fine. So you manage to still maintain grip because your gloves basically are, you always maintain grip. Okay. In which case, I need to pull out a new initiative token. No, she'll just remain in the same initiative. This is technically like a mythical creature. Yeah, right. You see her land behind the other shuttle. You can play that game. Aelin, your turn.
How far away is she now?
So the other shuttle starts at about 12 meters. The shuttle, then you need to go around it. If you're walking normally, going around it would be about 8 meters, so another 20 meters.
Okay, cool, because my charge is 20 meters.
To a target you can see.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You could charge the shuttle.
You could charge the shuttle.
Is this the one that's damaged already?
No, the one that was damaged would be the one posed behind because it was closer. So this would be the undamaged one. They both still look flyable, if that helps.
Yeah, I'll just charge it, so at least I can get over there.
Okay, you charge the shuttle. Do me the attack roll.
It's a DC save.
It fails. It's a shuttle.
Yeah. So you want to roll damage on this thing?
Yes, I do need to roll damage.
31 force damage. Do I
The
move
shuttle
it
only
at all?
has 200 health, so I'm just saying this might become relevant. I don't know if it will. Okay, the shuttle creaks and shifts a little bit, and it kind of hits her, and she gets knocked slightly sideways. Not enough to do damage, but you are now 8 meters away from her, and you can move how far?
I can move 10 normal.
Technically, you can now be
get-
next to her if you want to
Get
walk
next to
around.
her.
Cool. Yeah. I will go up to her. That sounds
Okay.
great. And actually I just regened my barrier because of the charge. So
I actually, Aelin, I remember you. You were the one I contacted about freeing Lessie. Glad you did so. I just wish we could have met under other circumstances.
like not kidnapping a child? Yeah. She's not your girl
That was
anymore.
not my choice. I joined the project after that. I did my best for her.
Okay. Leslie.
Yeah.
You're up.
All right. Okay. So I can't see her. She's behind the
Behind a shuttle about, for you, because it's 2 meters for the square, 14 meters plus 8 meters to walk around. So 22 meters of walking.
I'm going to take a minute here to cast Unity for everybody to get some health back.
Does it say targets you can
Ooh.
see?
Oh boy.
Don't worry about me. That's-
Yes, it's 6. It's people you can see within a range.
Poe is in total cover and you cannot
Okay.
see. Gek you can see. What's the range?
The range is, I think it's 30 meters.
You could target Gek.
I look at how is Gek doing on health?
Don't you need it too?
He is 71 out of 8.
Okay.
So he's doing pretty okay.
I do need it too, but I also can see Poe's health bar, and I would want to cast this to make sure he got the benefit as well.
Would you be able to
You know
use
where
your?
Bo went.
You know where I went. Would you be able to use your movement to just get me in your line of sight, and then
You're about 12, 14 meters of movement to get around the shuttle. To see you, maybe 10. How far is your movement, Leslie?
30.
Your movement's 30?
that's probably
Yeah.
30 feet. So
30
it's probably 10,
feet.
meters. 10 meters.
Oh, yeah, I'm talking about feet.
Okay.
Yeah, the 30 speed.
10 meters, you could just get to Poe. You'd be going the other direction to where Aelin and Shiru are.
Can I see Gek if I go to Poe as well? Still.
I don't think he'd be within 30 meters though.
No,
Okay.
no, probably not.
I think it's you and I that are the most beat up currently.
I'm going to just go over to Poe and I'm going to use Unity on us. So it's 1d6 plus my spellcasting modifier. However, yeah. So it's not a ton, but it's something.
Okay, so this is d6 plus 6. Both Poe and Leslie.
We get 10
You get 10 HP back.
points back.
That's
Okay.
that's great. The 10 hit points right now really helps out.
Okay.
Are you okay, Poe?
I'm injured, but I can still fight.
Okay.
And luckily I didn't get critically hit, so my suit is not breached.
Mine either. So that's a blessing in disguise.
We're good.
I still
We have
haven't
that in
managed to
common.
breach either of
Yeah.
your suits. It's really annoying. Okay, Poe, your turn. At the beginning of your turn, you weren't hit. You took the full cover. You regenerate your shield equal to your regen amount, which I think if you use like 10 or something, right?
It's 15 because I've got an extra mod on there.
Fancy
yeah.
shield mods. Okay.
Okay, so I used fly as a bonus action last time, so I'm still flying. So I can use my bonus action to pop my barrier back up.
With 30 meters, you wouldn't quite be able to get to see Shiru this turn. If you sprinted, you could.
Yeah, but then I wouldn't have an action. So
Wouldn't have
I'll use my movement to get towards there. And I'm basically, I guess I could I haven't used my action yet, so I'll hold an attack. If she pops into view, I'll hit her with an attack. And if not, then I guess I'll just act on my next turn.
Okay.
Oh, actually, come to think of it, I could use some med gel, couldn't I? Yeah, that's probably a good idea.
Yeah, you can.
Since I can't reach her to attack this turn anyway, and that was 2d4 plus 2, yes?
Yes.
So another 9 points. Great.
Okay.
And take my shield down.
Turn. I need to check something real quick. Gotta get into the end game now. Okay. She's going to step away from you, Aelin. You are perfectly eligible to use a reaction if you wish.
Opportunity attack could be great because you could knock her prone with your hammer.
Yeah, I'm gonna smack her.
Okay, make the attack roll.
Hopefully, smack her.
Oh!
As you go to lift your hammer, you swing and hit the shuttle next to you. Bong! Oh, there's a shuttle next to you. She steps back, raises her Omni tool.
Here comes the flamethrower.
Don't try to get out of this.
And points it at your legs.
Oh.
21 to hit. Okay. You are restrained for the next minute. Any creature can use its action to make a strength check against the powers DC to try and break
strength
the
save.
ice. On success, the afflicted creature is freed but takes bludgeoning damage. On a critical success, the limb shatters.
So if I crit succeed to get out of it,
You break the ice so hard, you break your limb into a million pieces, and you lose the limb permanently.
Oh boy.
Oh no, what a shame. I'm gonna have to use biotics.
True enough.
She is going to step away now and just go around the back of the shuttle. She's now out of view of Aelin, and
I see her.
no, she's gone the other way deliberately, but she's getting boxed in now because Poe's flying around. That brings us to the end of her turn. Okay. Gek, you're up.
I imagine I'm not far from where Aelin is, right?
Aelin's at the shuttle. The shuttle's about almost 20 meters away, but you can double dash. I know how far you move.
Yeah.
Do you wish to go up to Sheru?
The question is, on my last turn, technically I was right next to the mech. Did I use movement for that attack? Because to me, like, thematically
Yes.
I did.
Well, thematically you did, but you started your turn next to the mech, right? You made attacks,
Correct.
and you thematically moved. You used thematic movement. It's not real movement. You're okay.
Oh, then I
I
can
won't
use my raw
penalize you
agility
for
again.
doing flavor that, like, I'm not going to penalize you for cool flavor that doesn't actually, like, give you an advantage. That just
Then
would
that
be
allows
mean.
me to use raw agility.
And then you can get next star. Yeah.
Yeah, and next to her would still movement to spare.
Yeah.
I imagine I just see Aelin there, and Gek says, "Where is she?"
You see Aelin, and her legs are frozen to the ground in ice.
Yeah, that's simply how Gek responds: "Is where is she?"
Aelin will point.
I'm gonna go that direction. Can I make it to her without using double dash?
What's your movement with raw agility?
It's 36.
Yeah, she's literally like 6 meters around the back of the shuttle, out of view of everyone. You get around there, she's standing there.
Cool. Then before I get there, that was just a thematic question because I was gonna do this if I could. I was gonna bonus action cloak after seeing Aelin and go to attack.
Okay. How many cloaks do you get? Like 3?
4. I just used my first one, so I have 2 left after this one. So, yeah. We're going to go ahead and get that advantage attack off, you know, for the fun times.
And you do have advantage. She doesn't seem to see you.
17 hit.
17. Oh, let's have a look. Does hit.
Yes!
Sneak.
Snake. Snake. Snake.
Yeah, sneak. Okay.
58 points of damage.
Okay. Straight bypasses her shield and hits her, whipping across her. You see the actual suit begin to bend and distort in places as the tough Quarren suit, still taking a huge amount of damage, does not puncture, but she's electrocuted and seems very hurt. That brings us to your bonus action. No, your bonus action, you cloaked.
Oh, right. So that doesn't count. Ignore that.
Okay.
The Gek is just, you know, doing Gek things now. It's assassinate time.
I'm going to, with a legendary action at the end of your turn. That's an attack roll. You're next to me. That would give me disadvantage. You see the ice crystals on her Omnitrol begin to envelop her entire suit. Okay, that makes it Aelin's turn.
Ice, baby.
So I can't see her, right?
You can't see her, you're restrained, and you may use your action to make a strength check if you wish.
I'm actually going to yell really loudly.
Okay. Interesting tactic.
What was that?
Interesting tactic.
Well, I'm going to yell really loudly. Oh my word, it would help if it rolled. And to hope everyone could hear me. Just be like, she's not your girl, and like try to give everybody a hit die back.
Okay.
It also, yeah, I'm technically not. I think that breaks restraint.
You aren't an ally to yourself. Sorry. You are a creature that you can see, but you aren't an ally. There are two wordings, I'm afraid. But
fine.
Nice. Okay, everyone gets to spend a hit die immediately.
Without actually spending the hit
Oh, you
die.
don't even spend it. You just get it. Okay.
Yeah.
Roll one of your normal hit die. 2 for Leslie.
Oh, come on.
9 for Gek. And Poe gets 6+ Constitution bonus. Okay. You don't get the hit die though, Aelin. It's allies within earshot. Sorry. Okay, you're still in action.
I do.
You want to risk the leg?
I mean, as long as you don't crit, you're okay.
Yeah, I don't. I know my luck though.
The one time you don't want to crit.
Actually.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, you'll take damage either way, right? Like
If you
even
pass,
if
you still break the ice and it does like rip bits of your flesh off. It's not nice.
I know about where she is, right?
You know roughly around the corner.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna cast lift, or I'm gonna do catapult.
What's the specification on catapult? Do you need to see the target?
No, catapult is a you choose an object weighing 1 to 10 kilos within range that isn't being worn or carried, and then it flies straight up in a direction that I choose before falling to the ground. So basically, if it would hit a creature, the creatures have to make a dex save. So technically, the Gek would probably have to as well.
Yeah, Gek will have to make the dex save first because Gek's the first one around the corner. But yeah, go for it.
Yeah, so I will toss that up. The dex save will be 18. Let's see if this will actually roll in chat. Nope.
Okay, but Gek, make a dex save.
I make it.
I do not.
Cool. You're going to take 3d10 bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
21.
It breaks the ice crystals on her. And no, it hits her shield. But her shield is massively reduced. Ow. Okay, her shield.
I imagine Gek, with his passive perception, just like feels or sees it coming and is just like, whoop, gotta move.
You like backflip over and she's surprised as it's hidden by you to the last moment. Yep. Okay, Leslie.
All
You see
right.
Poe fly off.
I'm going to try to get my eyes on her.
You went kind of in the other direction, so it's going to be unfortunately, it's a long walk.
I'm going to start that long walk.
Okay, would
How
you like
far
to
does it
sprint?
get me?
It's technically she went around the back, so if you do you want to be close, that's a longer walk, or do you want to just get so you can see the back of the shuttle?
I want to get where I can get her in my line of sight, but not close to her.
Line of sight would be about 12 meters then, because you'll have to just pull back and around.
I'd be okay if I was 20 meters from her.
Yeah, it's still about 12 meters, because you're around the back of the shuttle where Poe was, which was the other side of the fight.
Okay, so for this whole move, then my whole turn, I probably can't get to her.
No, unless you
Okay.
sprint. Do you still have your flamethrower concentrated on?
Well, I imagine since she got out of the mech and I did Unity and all of that,
Unity doesn't concentration.
Okay, then I would still have my flamethrower at the ready.
Okay, in which case, if you want, you can use your action to fire the flamethrower if she comes into view.
I'm gonna start. Yeah, I'll start heading in that direction and just be at the ready. If she shows up in my line of sight,
You move
I'm
10,
going to.
so like you're literally 2 meters away from managing to get a bead on her. So you're kind of like you can see
Okay.
kind of her elbow, but not enough to really target her.
Yeah, I don't want to rush over there just so that she has line of sight on me, if that makes sense. So
Yeah. Okay.
that's what I will do this turn.
Oh, you're up.
Okay, I've got 30 meters of movement. I assume I can get to her and get within line of sight of her.
Sure. Do you want to
with
be
that.
like above her with the line of sight, or do you want to be like around the side or on the floor? What do you want to be?
I think above her, probably. That's
How
probably the.
Far above.
You know what? Actually, no. I'm just gonna come around the side.
Okay.
And because it's 30 meters, I've got lots of movement to burn. And as soon as she's within line of sight, let me just check the range on this. She has to be within. Okay, yeah, I should. Yeah, she'll easily be within range for warp, and that is what I.
level are you using it at?
I'm gonna use 3rd level warp, I think.
Okay, disrupt biotics.
Oh, okay, so it just doesn't happen then.
It does not happen, and psychic strain. If it's casting power 3rd level high, make an ability check using your power ability. It's twice the power's level, so the DC is 16. So I have to make a check. And it's my casting ability.
I can pop mine into chat because yours didn't show up.
Ooh, she does not make
she
it.
fails it.
Nice.
All right, so
You
this
can
warp goes
feel
up.
the biotics kind of disappear, and as you hold on, you manage to snatch enough power together that you still launch the warp.
Very well. And I will say to her,
You were like a mother to her. You were a very bad parent.
and
And you've trained her to be a weapon, just as bad as he was.
I didn't train her to do anything. She was trained when I met her. Look, we can discuss parenting techniques later. In the meantime,
Die.
this will be a warp.
That's a hit.
27 with that warp. So it's upcast as well. So first of all, this damage. So 28 necrotic plus another 2d10 plus another 7, so 35 necrotic, and I'm applying.
You re-roll that one.
Oh, yeah, that's right. I'll re-roll that one. So that was 35. So 34 plus whatever this is. 34 plus 9, 43.
43.
And I'm going to apply Fury of the Small to this. So it will take it up to 55 points of necrotic damage.
Prime necrotic now too, right?
And she is prime necrotic.
Okay. Okay.
feel the wrath of the biotic dad.
Okay, that makes it her turn. She is going to step away from you, Gek. You have an attack of opportunity.
I don't have advantage on this attack of opportunity, right? 22.
That is the hit.
Do I get sneak? I don't get sneak then.
You do get sneak.
That's right.
Do
I?
When,
No,
you
'cause
only
she's
get
not
sneak when
engaged.
someone's next to her. No one's next to her.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Nobody but me.
Yeah.
Oh, and you probably took this into account, but that 55 points of biotic damage or of
Bypass the shields.
went through shields. So
Okay. 10 points
10
of lightning.
lightning.
She is looking very hurt. Okay.
I imagine the ice broke off from the warp before.
The ice broke off from the warp. Yes, the ice did break off from the
Okay.
warp. Just trying to.
Gak, as he
yes.
hits her, is gonna say, "Where do you think you're going?"
She steps back far enough that she can use this on you. And this time she's going for a headshot. It's a 12.
That misses.
part of the shuttle freezes, and you can see the metal begin to fracture in places. Yeah, that would have permanently blinded you for the minute, and if you tried to shatter it and you'd crit, it would have shattered your head.
Yeah.
As she steps back, though, Leslie, she's in range.
That's fun.
As you see her aim at Gek, and you can see the side of his head begin to become brittle, but just misses the edge of the helmet and hits the shuttle.
I can't do anything, right? I can only just watch at the moment.
It's your held action.
Ooh.
Oh, I would like to just, I see her immediately do this to Gek, and then my reaction is just to immediately let loose on the flamethrower.
Okay.
I'm aiming for her head as well.
Dex saving throw.
Oh my god.
You take half.
Now she's primed fire and necrotic.
Let's see. Tell me how this happens.
Like it happens?
It happens.
Oh,
Yes.
I aim my flamethrower at Sheru's head, and all these mixed emotions of everything from my past of like she was a comfort, but I've also seen the destruction that she has left behind, just as bad as Kosin. And I see her try to hurt Gek, and I've seen her hurt Poe and Aelin, and it's like this rage comes over me, but a calm rage, and I just confidently aim my flamethrower and burn a hole through Sheru's helmet, head, and then you can see directly through the other side.
I'm glad you made friend.
And then there's just a... The helmet shatters the visor. You see a melted slag hole as it is almost the pinpoint fury of rage as it drills straight through out the back. And she falls to the ground.
You see Leslie fall to her knees.
Gek immediately just says to Poe that Aylin's a bit tied up with ice over there.
It becomes evident as you leave the battle and the adrenaline wears a little bit off that the alert sirens are blaring.
Yeah.
Right.
Crush depth approaching. Crush depth approaching.
Quickly on board one of the shuttles. The least damaged one, please. And we
Aylin's
must,
Right next to one.
Aelin still has 40 seconds before she can move.
I need some help to melt this.
Leslie, I am sorry. I know that you are traumatized, but your flamethrower might be the only thing to expeditiously free Aelin on a low setting.
When Poe
mean-
says that, did you have something you do?
Incinerate.
But that's kind of like that's like a bomb,
It's
isn't
like
it?
it's like a bomb.
Okay,
yeah.
I'm gonna try this first.
Yeah, I think the flamethrower is better on a low setting.
I kind of snap out of it, and I look over at Sheru's body and just instinctively aim my flamethrower on a low setting to slowly melt the ice around Aylin's legs at the lowest setting possible that can't hurt a person or anybody.
I'll warn you that will take time.
What about a whip?
How about
What about my hammer?
how about a slightly higher setting that might do a little bit of flame damage, but that's better than
Any
losing a leg?
higher setting will risk like actually damaging Aelin. Any slower
think
setting, you
Aelin
might as well
just
wait
has
the
to
40
do the-
seconds. It's up to you.
Actually-
If you wait, you could still make it. It's just you'll be pushing
Use the
closer.
flamethrower.
Well,
Thrower.
here's my
Aelin.
thought. Hold on, real quick. Meta-wise, Poe has lift. We can lift Aelin into the shuttle, right?
No, I'm stuck.
She's stuck.
Wouldn't that rip her legs off?
I'm resist.
Yeah.
Leslie, do it. Flamethrower.
I hear Aelin. I hear the alarms going off. I'm like staring at the dead body of this woman, and I'm gonna turn up the setting a tiny bit, and I'm just gonna accelerate the melting process.
Okay. I will say if you
I'm
take
resistant to fire.
if you take the damage, you're resistant to fire. I will say that you can then get out free. You won't even need to check, and then just there's still a small chance that you will shatter frost shattering, but I will say that it is going to be low enough that you can roll 2d20s, unless they're both crits, you can walk away. If they're both crits, you would still shatter though, because you're heating up fast enough that the legs could still shatter.
I'm rolling a vehicle handling to see if I can get the shuttle started.
You get the shuttle started.
Woohoo!
She left it in a hurry.
All right, so what am I rolling? Just straight
2d20s. If they're both crits, it will still shatter. Otherwise, you're fine.
While they're dealing with this, he's flying, so he can just like drag the body.
Fine.
So there might be further information from Cerberus that she has on her
Onto the shuttle.
and whatnot. Onto the shuttle, yeah.
Yeah.
Your strength isn't really high enough to drag the body quickly.
He has lift though, right?
You have lift.
I do have lift.
You're good. Okay, let's see. You blast Aelin. The armor makes her resistant to the fire. The ice melts off. Aelin, you kick out at the right time. You can feel it kind of break something in the actual, like, boot itself, but you're fine. And you quickly run onto the shuttle.
The doors need to be open.
I'm on it.
Leslie's got that on her Omni tool, right?
You'll need to make a electronics check.
I'm gonna sidle.
Sister.
I'm gonna sidle up next
Actually,
to
no,
Gek.
for 10 minutes you had complete control. The 10 minutes is still going. You're fine.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Then I can just hit it. I get on the shuttle. I make sure everybody's on the shuttle.
I'm taking the helm.
Okay. And then I will open the door on my Omni tool
As
after.
soon as you
close it.
open the door, there's a... And then the pressure outside is allowed through, and the inside of this room has not been designed for the pressures it's under. As soon as it opens, there's a... The entire thing collapses as the structural integrity is no longer there. The shuttle falls out into a spin instantly, as it is now descending, and you are all in, and it flips over and over and over, entering the depths of the gas giant. Aelin, I assume you're at the helm.
22.
Okay. With that, you manage to just about get some of the motors started, and the descent starts to slow, but you can still kind of feel the momentum and the suction from where this shuttle is plummeted down, creating a vortex that's pulling you under.
What's the engine roll?
Would you want to try and overstress the engine?
Yeah, what is that? Who
That
can
would
roll
be
that?
an engineering roll, because you're mechanically pushing the engine too far.
So
That's not me.
that's me. I got a 10 proficiency in engineering.
If you want to, bear in mind, if you do fail it horrifically, the engine will cut out.
It's too risky. I mean, I can yell out.
I can try to get this engine to work a little bit harder, but there's also a chance that it won't work at all.
Can we get out any other way? This might be our only option.
You want me to do this?
You are decelerating a little bit, but it's shaky right now, so it's up to you whether you want to do it.
Does it seem like we'd be able to get away without doing it?
It looks
Jack?
like if you continue doing what you're doing, you will probably be able to slow down and get away fine. But there's definitely like a crush line that you can see on your display, and you're headed towards it, but you're slowing down with that 22. I'm going to keep getting you to
Jack?
check, and we'll see how far we get. Effectively like death saving throws.
Gek reaches over and puts his hand on Leslie's and just says, I trust you.
I would squeeze his hand. And can I try to power the engine a little bit? Like not overclock it, but just get it like just a little bit extra juice with like a little bit of a safety net for it to not
Sure.
go fully.
Okay. I'll adjust the DC slightly if you succeed, and only if
Okay.
you horrifically fail will there be bad
Okay.
consequences.
Because
Okay.
I have the power of love from Gek, can I have advantage?
No, but you can have a smile from the GM.
Okay. All right, I'm rolling this. I am horrified. A 13?
Not enough either way. As you try and fiddle with
Okay.
the engines, you're being
not a
safe.
fail,
You decide, you're not familiar enough with this version of the operating system, you back off a little bit. You could, but you're not certain. Okay, Aelin, make me another vehicle handling.
Yes, better.
The outside of the
24.
shuttle begins to creak as you start going lower, but you manage to just about kick in the main drive at this stage, and you start pulling out of the dive. You can kind of feel that deceleration pushing into you as the Mass Effect field can't quite take the full G-force, so you're all forced down. I need everyone to make con saves at this point.
Yes.
An 8.
Lessie, if you act this turn, you'd be at disadvantage. Everyone else is fine. Okay. Aelin, are you gonna let Lessie do something, or do you want to just go for it? Lessie is disadvantaged right now. She's kind of like being thrown against one of the bulkheads.
I feel like I'm getting the hang of how this one is working, and like my legs are working a little bit again. So I'm gonna just keep trying.
Okay.
23.
23. With that, you and you see this line as you plummet towards it. I think the camera would at this point go to the outside the gas giant as we see this kind of dot as the air has been sucked down, and then we see as the shuttle shoots out, a stream of gas pulling away with it as it heads back in the direction of Megara. Akis, otherwise known as Sheru, dead. 2 of your 3 targets. And in addition, the research lab and their entire plans for this sector plummeted into a gas giant and destroyed.
And our remaining targets. Who is our remaining target?
Radamanthus, the director of operations for this sector.
Yes.
That would possibly be the 3rd chapter, if there is going to be such a thing at some stage in the future.
Indeed, we have done well, Hercules Squad. Well done. Well done indeed.
I'm so happy you're all okay.
It was touch and go. Lessie, I know that must not have been easy for you.
It's a bit confusing, but I feel like it also felt like the right thing to do.
Indeed.
She was trying to hurt you all.
I'd look over at Gek, because I had seen the ice crystals kind of like forming around his head.
You see what she did? She's tried to be kind as she hurt people. That was kind of her thing.
Gek
Always
doesn't say
makes-
anything, but just hugs Lessie, like one arm pulling her like close.
I'm just like leaning on him because I'm really weak right now, but also it just feels nice.
She was never a good person. I always thought she was, but the more time I've been away from it, she was just as bad as he was. But my brain's a little broken, so I feel like, there were good moments. But there were also a lot of bad, and it would be foolish for me to not take into account those as well. Plus, she was hurting a lot of people. What's next?
I think we have cause to celebrate. I stashed a little something special on the shuttle for just such an occasion.
That shuttle's very destroyed.
Oh, yes, that's right. I stashed it here. This is a draft from the cast of Omnitulado.
I knew. Somebody on Twitter.
I totally stole that from Twitter. Thank you, Twitter user.
Let us all drink a toast to our success.
Alan's just gonna keep flying the shuttle.
Oh, yes.
Again, towards
Yes, you-
Megara.
You probably shouldn't drink this until we get back to the Megara.
I will hail Emily too, that she can hopefully come closer.
Lessie and Poe have to like get straws and open the emergency induction port, and they share the bottle through the straw while Gek actually gets to actually sip the bottle. As you head back to the Megara, you are greeted by Emily, and this section of your voyage is over. Quite successfully.
Whew. Well, I got to say, that was a nail biter from the entire way through. Oh my gosh.
I'm glad.
Would I be able to really quickly, or should I save it, see what was on that data pad now that we're back at the Megara?
Post-credit sequence, you see all the developer names. And then the post-credit thing, we see, like, 2 days later, Leslie finally getting the data chip out, putting it into a different pad.
And you're going to have to wait to find out, because I thought about what would be on it, but didn't type it out.
That can be material for the Patreon or something. There you go. Branding. Right. We are going to end it here. We'll go over the announcements and stuff. We will be doing the after show live, but it will be a short after show because we went over. So if you would like to watch the after show because it's the end of the series, we need to do the after show live. Please stick around and we'll be back shortly with that. If you want to be, around and chatting or whatever for it, but it will be a pretty short one. So we're going to just go to a quick break to allow people to go pee and whatever they have an emergency induction port for. And we'll be back in a few minutes. So catch you in a second.